Good afternoon, y'all. Gotta do that YouTube selfie. Well, hello there, Rihanna. It's good to see you. We're doing a YouTube selfie. I gotta hold like a pose for like a minute. I don't like having to do it. Excuse me. I don't like having to do it, but I have to do it because YouTube makes an auto-generated thumbnail. Yeah, basically. That should be fine. That should be fine. I finished with my clients. Goodness gracious. Should have drank some water before I started this stream. My goodness. So we're going for a walk because I didn't go for my walk. Usually on Mondays I don't go for my walk. I could take a screenshot, but the problem is the screenshot still shows all the messages and whatnot. So yeah, this is how I've been doing it for the last several, well, for the last year or so. I could take photos of myself, but the problem is the photo will be vertical, not horizontal. And because of that, and I prefer to make a vertical photo than a horizontal photo because YouTube uses horizontal thumbnails, right? So, what's up, everybody? Hello, we're going to be going for a walk shortly. Holy shit, there's a lot of you on right now. Goodness gracious. All right. I just finished with my client, so my throat's a little dry at the moment. And I need to double check. I do have a camera with a timer, but again, it's still, I've been doing that. It's just too much. I'd rather just do the thumbnail as soon as I start the live stream. I like to be different from all the other YouTubers out there, you know? I don't like following everybody else and doing what they do, you know? Oops. Gotta check the mic is good. I always do my little checks. Boop, 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 doo. All right, that's good. I'm gonna remote to my computer downstairs and make sure my stream stays on and active. We're gonna go for a walk. Do. Fun, fun, fun. I hope you all are doing great. No, you're not late. You're good. You're never late. I finished with my clients about 15 minutes ago. And computer downstairs is screw it. I'll deal with that when I come back. All right, I do need to put my tablet away. I don't want to leave it outside. You're not late. No one's late. You're never late for anything. Even if you theoretically are late for an appointment or you're late for your flight, you're not really late. Well, you know, you're not late with me. Let's just put it that way. You can't ever be late with me because you are here when you're supposed to be here, if you choose to be here. There's never any obligations to be here. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. We're gonna get going. So much talking today with the clients. Ooh. Damn, my computer downstairs restarted. So, screw it. I'll deal with it later. We'll be back to the walk in a moment. Should have checked my computer before I started live, but it's all good. It's whatever. I don't care. I don't care. I do whatever I want. So much breakthroughs with the client, but I'm going to get to what I'm talking about in a moment. Fuck. Wrong video. Come on. There we go. No, it's not 5 p.m. It's 2:47. I started with my clients at 7 a.m. and I finished roughly 15-ish minutes ago. All right. We're going for our walk. I didn't go for my walk this morning, so we're going for the afternoon walk. Well, that's not true. I did go for a small little walk this morning, but it was very short. I got to see a couple people, like a sister named Dina, and I need to take you all off of Wi-Fi for a moment, so it's going to lag for a sec. Yeah, we're good. All right, let's go. Going for that walk. Dad, I'll be back. Well, good afternoon to every one of you. It's a very sunny and hot day. It's going to be quite the chill and chat today. So what am I going to be talking about? I'm going to be talking about how things like to linger in your mind and how things persist. Today I was talking with one of my clients, not to get too deep into her stuff, but she was telling me how every time she thinks of something feels like it's lingering in her mind, like it won't let her go. So I asked her a question. Why do you feel that you need to solve that? Because you know you're not the mind. Well, she told me, because I feel like it's holding me back. I'm like, well, it's going to only hold you back if you keep, adhering to the idea that it's holding you back. And that kind of snapped her out of it. And she's like, wow, never would have thought of it like that. I'm like, I know. That's why you pay me to help you to get past those blocks. So then we continue to talk, and I figured, you know what? This is a good topic to talk about today on the live stream. So here we are, how things like to persist in the mind. But once again, none of you are the mind, you have a mind. And I have to start off with that, always. You have all the answers within. You will forever have the answers within. You can never not be without any answers within. The only thing that's finessing you is your mind, making you think that you're lacking something or you're missing something. But you ain't missing shit. You never have been and you never will be. And that's a bar, write it down. You can never be missing anything. That's like saying that you're missing air from your lungs. You know that you can breathe. But so many of you think that you are missing some sort of answer, but you're not. And I can tell you that. Why are you so confident about that, Orion? How are you so confident about that? Because I spent years looking for answers. I read over 500 books, another 500 to 600 audiobooks, listening to that, watched thousands upon thousands of podcasts, listening to many different conversations from various topics, subject matters, religious, politics, psychology, mental health, spirituality, the esoteric, mysticism, the occult. And it all came back to one conclusion. The square root of all answers start with you. But some of you don't believe that. Not yet. It might take some time, some human time for that to click. But when it clicks, you'll know. It didn't just happen for me overnight. I went through 7+ years struggling and suffering and was wondering, what the hell? Why am I not getting any closer to this? Yeah, exactly. Podcasts are really good ways of learning things, for sure. If you're not a big fan of reading, right? That's why there's different modalities of, I don't use the word learning, I use the word remembering. But yes, there are many, many different ways to get information. But the thing about information is, morning brother, or afternoon brother. I'm still in morning time because I'm still with my clients. It's afternoon. There are many, many ways to get information, but the thing about information is we're not here to gather more. We're here to reduce the information that we have and return back to the 0 point. Nothing wrong with having information, but information in itself can be a trap, can keep you stuck. I want to share a client story with you all. It's one of my clients. I may have shared his story already, but I'm going to share it again if I haven't already. He's been reading spirituality books for years now. But when he first started going down the road of manifestation, he read one book. And he started manifesting everything, and I mean everything he possibly could. But then he decided to read another book. And because the information in the other book kind of went against what he already read in the first book he ever picked up on manifestation, guess what happened? His manifestations were not happening now, because he started to get bogged down by different people's words and techniques. When you aren't aware of information, you're excited, you're like a blank slate. All things are possible. But over time, when you gather experience can be a double-edged sword. Exactly. It's always good to have different perspectives, but again, what I just said also kind of goes against, is what I'm getting to, that having more perspectives doesn't necessarily mean better. Right? Like I just mentioned, my client, when he was first, that's why he hired me, by the way. He is wondering what the fuck? Why has he stopped manifesting? He was struggling for a year or two. Like I said, he started manifestation probably 3 years ago, and he was manifesting everything, but he decided to pick up a second book, a different book, something that went against what he already knew. And because he had so much conviction in the first book, the second book broke his conviction, because he thought that the second book or the other book had more information. And it did, but it went against the first book because it was polar opposite. They had some overlapping things. And because now the new information lingered, the old information was starting to seep away, and his convictions started to disappear. Because what it comes down to is conviction. Just so you know, you can chant to the moon and you can manifest stuff. You can make affirmations and you'll get your stuff. You can visualize and create vision boards. You can get the stuff. There are no one technique that can bring you your things. It just really comes down to you and what you choose to believe or use whatever tools. But really the tool is, it's actually you in the end. So we had to undo a whole bunch of unnecessary obfuscations because he had read more books, thinking more books will give him more answers. But he was getting far more confused. He was getting ever so confused because the more he kept reading, the more he's like, oh my God, I don't know. I'm missing more stuff. He's like, he was thinking like he didn't know enough to manifest. But I told you, he was manifesting when he only read one book. In fact, he's always manifested even before he read that book. Right? But at the time when he read that book, he was consciously aware now of how he was manifesting. But he read more books, and more books basically fucked him over. I'm not saying that books can't help. They can definitely help. But the thing is, the problem with reading more books, it has more information. And when more information is tied to the very subject matter that you're so-called studying, guess what happens? You get bogged down with a bunch of information that can bog you down and can slow your progress. Everybody's actually manifesting in every present moment. Or I like to use the word revealing, because everything's already created in the other realm, waiting for you to tap in and reveal that frequency within. And all frequencies exist within. All of it. Every last frequency you can think of already exists within. It's just waiting for you to reveal it. Exactly. Every author has their own bias indeed. But you know, the funny thing is, each book is written by the one and only creator itself, because everybody's a creator. But the thing is, each creator has their own little twist. Right? I've read through dozens, if not hundreds, of different manifestation books. Some say you got to think it and feel it and all comes to pass. Some say you got to do all these little moon rituals. You got to write shit down. Some say you got to take massive action. Some say you have to get extremely clear as to what it is you want. And normally speaking, that is usually the way. You have to have such specificity. The universe requires specificity. If you don't have specificity, the universe can't help you because you're not being a clear channel. So anyways, we've undid all his tactics and techniques. And I told him, this is what you're going to do. All that you have read, very useful, but discard it right now because you can manifest. You don't need any more books. If you want to read books because you enjoy reading books, read the books. But don't read books thinking that you're missing something. And so, the last time we chatted, I didn't work with him today. I spoke with him 2 weeks ago because I took last Monday off. He already doubled his revenue because he's a trader. And he also owns a business. And he started to add more profit to his business. So he started to get laser focused and forgetting everything about all the little techniques and tactics and tools that he's read, and go back to the original book because that was working for him. And it's working for him now. What's up, Eddie? Good to see you, dude. Daddy Orion and Daddy Eddie. I saw your comment yesterday. That's funny. I trust you're doing good, dude. Anyway, so let me get back to what I was talking about. So things like to linger in the mind and won't let you go until I tell you or I share with you that all things already exist. You can just let it go. The problem is the mind's gonna be like, but I'm missing this information. You're not missing anything. I can tell you that. You and me and everyone else is one and the same in terms of from the soul level. Your mind created all these extra layers. Think of it like putting on like the Spider-Man suit. That's the best way I'm going to describe it. Each one of you, after you were born, you put on the Spider-Man suit. So skin-tight suit. And this skin-tight suit is very uncomfortable. It's like tight and it makes you feel itchy and all this, the Spider-Man suit, I'm going to call it that for now. You can name it whatever. You can call it the Captain America suit or the Batman suit or the Iron Man suit if you want. You may think you have all the powers with it, but in actuality, that's actually hindering your ability to perform and know who you are because it keeps this idea that you are missing something, but you're not missing anything. None of you are. Now, I'm not saying that if you don't know something presently in the mind to say, I know the answer. Go and look for the answer if you need to, but know this, you are not missing it. When you see it from someone else, they are just mirroring it back to you that you already know, but you just simply forgot. That's it. Anytime you listen to somebody speak, including myself, all information already exists within your soul. The only difference is it's not in the mind presently until someone says it, and then you now have it. The thing is, your mind's going to be like, might listen to it and kind of discard it. But it's going to keep a sort of like log file. For my computer techies out there, your Windows and your Mac computer keeps creating log files of everything you do. So it's keeping it in the background for maybe in the future you might need it. That's right, that's the thinking ability indeed. Unfortunately, in this current state of our world, well, for most of you, this has become a thinking world, not a feeling world. Not an intuitive world. And you've been somewhat gaslit into believing a bunch of noise about the world, that things have to be hard. Because if it's not hard, then it's not worth it, right? Because if you, let me share a story right now. I had a client who worked on Wall Street, New York City, by the way. For those of you, I'm sure you all know what Wall Street is. His boss was grooming him to take over. This guy was doing so great. But then he decided to start slacking off, and I'll tell you why. Yep, WSJ, but he's not working for the Wall Street Journal, he's just at Wall Street. We get to see our sister for the second time today. Since I went for a quick little walk earlier, I went that way and that was it. And I started my work. I went early in the morning. See, sister, I told you I'd be back. I did tell you I was going to be back. The second one, yeah. Have a great day. I'll see you later. So he started to slack off, and his boss was like, man, what are you doing? Like, I was grooming you to take over, and like you being like the head of the department when I retire at the end of like the financial year where they were at. So guess what he started doing? He started to get his ass back into gear. But I asked him, why do you think you have to overcome? Because he said that if it's too easy, then people are going to think that I had it handed. I'm like, so you care about the opinions of someone else? He's like, well, I do and I don't. I'm like, okay, what is it then? He basically told me he cares about the other people's opinions because he wants to be relatable. He wants people to know that he had to struggle and that it wasn't just handed to him, because a lot of people in the world, they feel like if things were handed to them, that no one can relate to them and that nobody would understand them. Really what it comes down to is being understood. So that's why people do some pretty crazy things just to be understood. I know, because I did it myself. I made my life so difficult and so miserable, so tough, so hard, just so people can understand my struggles, so I can help other people. And yes, I did have to go through that experience to some degree, but at the same time, I never had to go through that experience. But the thing is, if I had never gone through that experience, then I wouldn't be able to speak to all of you about this. It's a paradox. Again, that word, you're going to start hearing me say the word paradox a lot. What is a paradox? Two truths that oppose each other but are equally true. Or they can also contradict each other. So that's what a paradox really is. And a paradox is a paradox of itself. And guess what? It's a paradox of a paradox of itself. It's a never-ending, like, inception loop. It just keeps going and going until you just decide that's it. That's what the mind does. Then it creates the obfuscation or the limitation that it might impose on you. And then we call it the truth. The truth is, there are no truths in reality except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth. There are 8 billion different truths on the planet. There are 8 billion, like every person right over there and in the bus right now, right? They have their own objective truth, right? Some will agree what I'm saying. Others will be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Everybody has their own truth, right? And everybody's truth is accurate and correct because they lived it. The thing is, when you continue to adhere to one truth, you kind of shoot yourself in the foot. You put yourself in a box. And so, going back to his story about overcoming, he felt like nobody would understand him, so he kept doing what he needed to do so other people could understand him. That's why so many humans make the fatal mistake of always creating a problem for no reason, because they want to be understood. They want to be relatable. What if I told you you're already relatable and you don't need to do that? Because it's true. You're already relatable. You don't need to do all that unnecessary obfuscation. Exactly, that's individuality. Spot on. You know what's up, dude. Oh. But the question is, when will you stop creating the problems, right? Because that's what everybody's doing to some degree, is creating unnecessary obfuscations and problems in their own life, and then they want to be relatable. so people can understand their problems and their pain and their struggling. But you never had to be in pain or struggle. You never had to go through any of that. No human was supposed to come to this earth to be struggling or have problems, but the human mind has created all kinds of unnecessary noise and difficulty. We were supposed to all work and figure shit out together, not separate ourselves and create all kinds of unnecessary bullshit on the planet. So again, to get back to that story, I asked my client, so when are you going to stop the overcoming story? He's like, well, if I don't overcome something, then it doesn't feel like I'm progressing. So you've tied progressing to overcoming. So that means if you're not overcoming, you're not progressing. That's an interesting perspective. And I told him, or I shared with him, you don't need to overcome anymore. You don't need to have this story that the mind keeps telling you that you need to overcome. You just simply have to let go of the story and allow yourself the success that you deserve. And it can be easy and it can be fun. And guess what? He's allowed now, because he's allowed himself, to have a story of fun. And his success is fun and joyful. Because he simply has decided now. He chose, he decided, and he shifted to perspectives. Now, you said the word unfortunate. I'm going to read your comment in a moment. Let's see what you wrote. Unfortunately, we created barriers like countries, states, countries, and immigrations. Exactly. Because we started to fear against each other, when in reality, the ancient people had no fear. And they were attempting to tell us the answer, but they couldn't because their language was very limited back then. They did their best with the words that they had at the time to explain what the hell is going on and what the mind does. But their mind was being finessed by themselves. And they used the words as best as they could to explain the thing that they couldn't really explain with words. And then everybody else started to defend their favorite writer or book and called it their truth. The truth is, all of them are the truth. They were all speaking the truth. All of them, every single one. I read through them all. I gave myself that ability to read all those books. I have another client. I've shared her story before. She told me that it's hard to have men understand her. I don't say too much about their stuff, but I talk about this the very somewhat surface level because NDA. I can't speak too much about who they are as an individual. But she told me that her dad, and I've shared this one before, and you'll hear me repeat myself over and over again because it's important that some people who just jump on for the first time hear what I have to say. She told me that men don't take her seriously, and it's hard to, be in a meeting with men who are very successful and take her seriously. So she puts on a facade and lingers with this idea that men don't take her seriously, because she has it deep in her subconscious, which she now has removed, by the way, that her dad never took her seriously because she had three brothers, and her dad favored her brothers over her. Her dad loved her, but not take her seriously because she was a girl, because of his upbringing. That was his own, limitations that he imposed onto her, and she basically took on the limitations of her father. And this is what we tend to do. We take on the limitation of other people in our experiences because we think they know better. Especially when you're a child, you have no choice but to listen to the adult because your very survival depends on it. So you have to go through their conditioning and their limitations, unless you have a conscious parent who knows exactly how reality actually works. But most humans do not know how reality actually works. So a lot of people who were born in certain time eras had no concept of anything about anything except for, we got to raise our kids, we got to take them to church, or take them to mosque, or take them to the temple, or take them to prayer, or take them this, and make sure that they go to school and get educated so they can get a job, right? Because ultimately, why do we go to school, right? We're walking right by one right now. We go to school to get educated for what? So we can have a job, so we can support ourselves in the future. But there's so many people who have PhDs and they're still working a minimum wage job. And then there are people who haven't even went to school and they're living their best life. That doesn't make any sense. We talked about this already. That school is the greatest scam ever created in human history. It's designed for kids to play it together and build bonds, but it's also designed to keep them trapped and stuck. Because that's what school is doing, keeping kids stuck and forgetting their identity over time. And as those 3 kids I just passed by, they're probably forgetting who they are little by little, because school is beating out of them their intuitiveness. Because it all starts at school. A lot of it starts at school. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. Even if you go to a private school, they're still doing the same shit. It's just fancier. That's all it is. But it's still the same shit that's happening. 98% of kids are getting basically programmed right now. But you're always getting programmed to some degree. There's positive program, and then there's negative programming. Education for life, not for living. Yep. Exactly. Let's see. I am going to go... I'm going to go that way because I went that way yesterday. So we're going to go that way today. Change it up. I like my afternoon walks. They're pretty good. I enjoy it. Anyways, to get back to what I was saying. So a lot of people are basically, a lot of things are lingering in their mind because they're wearing that Spider-Man suit or Captain America suit, skin tight suit. And it's like stuck to them. Think of it like Venom from Spider-Man. It's like the symbiote, and they can't pull it off. That's what the mind is doing. It's like it's a trap. But there's a way out of it. And in the beginning, it's going to take a lot of conscious effort, but it won't be really easy to the mind at first, until you start to slow down and allow yourself to just be. Not continuously keep doing, but being. But the mind's gonna be like, no, I'm falling behind. I'm failing. I gotta keep doing. I gotta keep producing. I know, because my mind does the same shit too. And I have to tell the mind, look, You can sit and you can relax. All is good. You don't need to keep performing. Like, there's a time and place to perform, yes. And when I say perform, I mean take action. But there's other times you can sit and just be and do nothing. The problem is the mind wants to always keep itself engaged. There are many people in the world that they can't be away from their phone for at least 5 minutes. You take away their phone, they start to have a panic attack. What the fuck? Seriously? You can't be without your phone for 5 minutes? You go to sleep without your phone, technically speaking. You're sleeping, maybe you have your phone next to you, but you're technically sleeping without your phone, like you're not conscious of your phone. So why can't you do it during the day? Because the mind keeps lingering and wants more. It's always wanting more because it feels like you're falling behind. But you're not falling behind. That's just a story the mind's creating. Because my mind has created the same shit too. Yesterday, after I came back in from our walk, which we had a good conversation, by the way. Appreciate the conversation. My mind's like, we should still be live streaming. We should still be live streaming. Come on, Orion, we got to live stream. You're falling behind. Right now you're slacking off. People are going to think that you're slacking off. I'm like, hey, I hear you. That's a story that you've created. Because we've been live streaming consistently for a very long time. And that's the second time in a row that you've decided to end your live stream pretty short. Like, you didn't continue it inside. But it was like, no, we got to keep going. We got to keep going. I'm like, I hear you. Yes, we are going to keep going, but not the way you think we have to keep going. Because we are not failing. There is time to slow down and relax. There's balance that has to be had. So here's, you want to hear another client story right now? There's a client of mine who always loves to do. He is a doer. He loves to do. So guess what I tell him to do? Because I asked him, who are you when you're not doing? This is a question. Hey bro, good to see you, Mr. Scott. I finished with my clients about 30 minutes ago. I think I've been, 43-ish minutes ago because I'm now been streaming for 43 minutes. Good to see you, dude. I trust you're doing great. So yes, I asked him, who are you when you're not doing anything? He looked at me like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, who are you when you're not doing anything? He's like, well, my name is, I'm like, I'm not asking your name. I'm asking you, who are you when you're not doing anything? You know what he turned to me and told me? He told me that he's a procrastinator. When he's not doing, that's what he constantly does. I'm like, okay, so when you're not doing, you've identified as yourself as a procrastinator. Got it. Okay. There's nothing wrong. I told him, like, there's nothing wrong. But notice the words you just said. You are a procrastinator. I told him, you're not a procrastinator. You just simply taken on the collective narrative that if you're not doing something that you're slacking off, and if you're slacking off, you become a procrastinator. That's not true at all. Doing nothing is still doing something. That's a bar, write it down. Sitting and doing nothing. That doesn't mean looking at your phone. That doesn't mean going on social media. I mean just sit. You can close your eyes if you want, but just sit and just be. Just do it for 5 minutes. And you'll see your mind be like, no, we shouldn't be doing this. We got to keep going. We got to keep doing this over and over and over. We got to keep going. We're walking the trail. I haven't got there yet. I'm taking the longer way. The trail is actually over that way. So I'm just taking like a lap around. Whoa. I was like, whoa, what's going on? Yeah, no, we're going to be walking around. Do you ever notice there's always construction everywhere I go to some degree? There's always destroying something and rebuilding something. I like this street, by the way. It turns around. We'll be basically back where we were, but just over on the other side of the street. I like the people in the area here because they're very, very, very sweet and kind. Their energy is just very peaceful. They're just more relaxed. This has got like the San Diego vibe right here. No palm trees, of course, but you know, it's very relaxing. I wonder if our brother's gonna bring Sadie and Penny out. Probably not, but we'll see. Yeah. We'll be the trail's over there. We just gotta go around. That's how I get my steps, y'all. I took a short little walk today before I went and spoke with my clients early this morning. I started at 7, went out for the walk. Sister was out there already. She gets out there very early at times. Nope, Sadie and Penny are not coming out. Let's see. This would be Toronto. Good to have you on, Michael. Hey. How are you? Good. Giving our brother a nod while he's cutting that grass. We'll be in the trail shortly. It is 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:30 Pacific Time, because I keep track of San Diego time as well. Amazing. I will be living in the US soon enough, in San Diego, California. That's where I call home, California. I love California. Anything to do with California, and specifically San Diego. But of course, Laguna Beach and Santa Monica are up there. I like my palm trees and my beaches and my desert and my mountains and my ocean. Yes, sir. Well, in this area, yes. Hello. Hey. We are anywhere can be nice. Anywhere I go, I'm very kind, and everybody else is kind because of the way I am. Because my internal world is full of kindness. That doesn't mean that if somebody comes on and they disrespect me, that I'm going to be kind. Oh, I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them who's boss. But you know, got to give them a little bit of their own medicine sometimes. Well, maybe where you might be because of your frequency, Michael, but I've been to San Diego. I've stayed there for months, and California, and I don't know about where you are in the States. I'm not going to ask, but where I go, and I've been to Florida, I've been to majority of the eastern side of the United States, haven't really been through the central side of the United States. I've been through most of the West, but not all the West, not like Seattle and Portland and all that. Not yet. But I can tell you, for me, in my experience, even in good old New York City, and in Brooklyn, and in Bronx, and in Harlem, and yes, I have family who lives in Harlem, that whenever I go, people are just kind to me, because it's the way I am. Morning, or afternoon, I'm usually in the morning. I know, how are you doing? I'm excellent. Hell yeah, I will. And you enjoy it as well, too. I know. This weekend was pretty Yeah. Have a great one. Thank you. The District of Columbia. A place that I've also been. And when I was there, again, for me, now of course I don't live there, but for me, people were kind. I was there for about a week. This is back in like 2022. Sometimes I get my timelines a little wonked up and wacky because I've traveled quite a fair bit in the last little while. 2022, just before I went to New York again and had Vegas and Florida and West Virginia and North Carolina, passing through a little bit of Tennessee as well. Yeah. I gotta go for a bit. I'll see you later. I'll show my face. There's my face. There. Hold on, let me stop. There you go. Got my face. I like to be silly. Man, they are doing a really good job over here. They got to finish it up a little bit more, but we're getting there. This park's almost done. It's very fresh down here right now. This is the trail, by the way, that I walk every day. I usually start in my morning time. That's why I fumbled when I was speaking to the brother. And I'm like, morning. I'm like, nope, it's not morning. It's afternoon. It's afternoon because I'm still kind of like with my clients in my head. And I work with my clients in the morning on Mondays. So I was like, nope, this is not morning. This is afternoon, dude. Come on. Come on now. Oh, yeah. You're lucky I got the nature part of Toronto. Because, like, Toronto can be, of course, that's based on my frequency, but can be very busy and noisy. Like if I were to be downtown where I used to work during the corporate life, yeah, right now would be hella packed and busy and beep, 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 lots of honking, and it's basically New York. Lots of beep, 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 beep. The noise down there, quite something. Spent 2013 to 2022, yeah, almost 10 years? Wait, no, 11 years. 11 years downtown working. Fun times. Fun times. Well, we get to see the trail in the afternoon to see how busy or not busy it is. I'll be stopping by the water for a moment and continuing my talk. Talking about how things linger in the mind. I talk about the mind a lot, how the subconscious mind and the conscious mind hold on to ideologies and beliefs that are no longer serving the host body. And think of it like wearing like a Spider-Man suit, and it's uncomfortable and it's like stuck to your skin and you need to peel it off, but it's like stuck. So that's what I was talking about before you jumped on. And I was sharing with a client, like he was saying to me, like I asked him a question, I'm like, well, who are you when you're not doing anything? Because he always has been programmed to do, because he feels like he's falling behind when he's not doing. And if he's not doing, that means he just feels like he's failing. I'm like, you're not failing, dude. Are you failing when you're going to sleep? No, your body needs rest. Sometimes you just need to chill out during the day. So guess what I had him do? Oh, no, you're good. No apologies, you're good. So I told him for 1 week. He was like, wait, what? Yeah, I told him for 1 week, you are to do absolutely nothing after you're done your your work with your clients or his business, because he's a business owner. He's like, wait, what, Orion? I'm like, yeah, you're going to do nothing. You're not going to be on your phone. You're going to finish your work, because he works from home too, and he has a lot of Zoom calls practically all day. But when you're done, you sit down with your wife, you eat your dinner, and you spend time with her, and you do nothing. Well, you can watch TV if you want, but or a movie, but don't be doom scrolling and keep checking your emails or anything business related. You gotta just stop and just chill out. For 1 week, he told me, on day number 2, he was struggling. I'm like, yeah, I know, because you've been so conditioned to keep doing. That's why I told you to stop. But then throughout the week, he's like, Orion, bro, if you hadn't told me to stop, I would have never figured out to stop. I'm like, well, that's why you hired me. You hired me so I could tell you to just chill out and relax and calm down. Because I can see things beyond what many can't see presently. So the water spot is over here. I don't know if anyone's actually there chilling, but I'll be here chilling for a little moment. Nice little water spot here that I chill at. Afternoon. Somebody painted that a couple days ago. It's pretty cool. Oh, all right, we're at the water. The water's a little fast today because we had a lot of rain on Saturday and on Sunday. But within a couple days, this water will be calm and still again. But for now, it's a little rapid. Let me plug in my phone with the battery, since we'll be here for a little bit, just a smidge. May as well get my phone plugged in and charged in the meantime. I also will move the phone more towards the shade because the sun will probably cook my phone. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you guys over here because there's more shade over here. Only problem is there's a little bit of an angle, so that's fine. That works. You guys are good here. I'll look at the chat when I can. If I miss anything, I do apologize. I will check the chat shortly. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So I had my client, right? I had to tell him, chill out, slow down, relax. Let it just be. Because our mind tends to like to linger with things and doesn't like to let you be. So he started now incorporating breaks in his day. And I'm like, you should have done this a long time ago, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. You can't go back in the past, but you can definitely start right in this moment. And that's a bar, write it down. If any of you who are like, but I can't do this, yes, you can. You can schedule in 5 minutes in your day to just breathe for a moment and just relax. The world isn't going anywhere, all right? Just so you know. You have 5 minutes. You can give yourself 5 minutes. You deserve at least 5 minutes. I know some of you have kids or a wife and you have lots to do, right? I know. But you can give yourself 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes and just relax. Breathe. You can give yourself more time, cool, but give yourself at least 5 minutes. And if you can find 5 minutes throughout the day and accumulate that, right? If every hour you can find a minute or two to just relax for a moment, slow down, breathe, because we've been so conditioned to be so fast-paced in this side of the world, especially on the western part of the world. On the eastern part where it's more chill, but even they are also starting to get a little bit fast-paced as well. But just give yourself like 5 minutes. Beware of snakes. See, you putting out fear like that implies that there's fear. There is no snakes that I'm afraid of. And there are snakes on the trail, but I don't fear them. So why beware of snakes? You know, with me, dude, I'm gonna call out a lot of unnecessary fear-mongering. That right there is fear-mongering. I understand that people like to be concerned for other people, but with me, I don't need your concern. You know why? Because that concern implies that you have some sort of fear, and I have no fear, and I don't take on limitations of other people's fear. So like, for example, I know a lot of people say, "Orion, have a safe flight." And I know they mean well, but I tell them, I don't need your wishes of having a safe flight. If you're gonna tell me something, say, "Have an amazing flight, enjoy the ride." I'm like, cool, I will. Thank you so much. See, I think differently, right? I'll never tell somebody, beware of something. You are already you're already conscious enough to do that. We don't need another person out in the world to say, beware of this, or, be concerned about this. That's how humans continue to influence other humans with fear and worry and doubt. But I'm not here for that. So, if anything, I'm going to say I look forward to seeing the snakes, because I love them. In fact, I saved one snake on the trail before. Some of you got to see me save a snake because it was on the trail, and I wasn't going to let it get run down by a biker. And I grabbed the stick and I gently guided it back to the grass where it belonged. So you see, I don't entertain things like that. Anyways, to get back to what I was saying, so the human mind is always lingering. It's always wanting the next, and it's always persisting with the next idea, and it will never stop with the next idea. It is always, always, always looking for the next thing. But when is it going to be enough? When will it be enough, y'all? And this goes to seeking. I spent 7 years looking for the answer, wondering, when the hell am I going to figure this shit out? And the mind was lingering, like, you're never going to figure it out. You're never going to figure it out. We got to keep going. We got to keep going, Orion. We got to keep going. Because you're never going to figure it out. You got to keep going, man. There's so much more to study and learn, and keep going and keep going. I'm like, okay, I'll listen to you, mind, because at the time I was identifying with the mind, because back then people were talking about growth mindset and that your mind is the most powerful tool you have, which it is, when you don't know who you truly are. When you don't know who you truly are, yes, the mind is the most powerful tool you have. But your soul, when you lead from your soul, it's actually more powerful than your mind. Your heart or your soul has 60 to 100 times more powerful magnetic force than your mind could ever even comprehend. Doesn't mean your mind's not powerful. It's very powerful. It's what runs your nervous system. It runs your motor functions of your body, right? It allows you to speak and think and breathe. But your soul is more powerful than your mind. And your soul wants your mind to work with it, but the mind has its own agendas. It's always going to keep looking for the next. It won't stop looking for the next. And I asked this question, why? Why does the mind do that? Because it's taking on the external perspectives and comparing itself to see where it currently is versus where someone else is, and saying, but that person's got $1 billion and you, at the time, only have $2 in your bank account, Orion. So of course, you're falling behind. And not to mention, right, using the thing called time and throwing yourself into limitations of you're running out of time, Orion, you're aging, you're getting older. Those are words of limitation right there. You're getting older, right? There are people who are younger, who are making more money than you are, and you're comparing yourself to the young ones, and that you can't do it because you have a bunch of conditioning, and the mind was just keeps telling the same story because it's a trap. The mind, unfortunately, as much as it's here to help you, it's also here to hinder you. And how is it hindering you? You're probably wondering. It hinders you because it keeps saying that it's not possible for you. And it lingers with ideas of, well, that happened to you, so it can't work out. It has to be hard. It can only work for that person, but can't work for you because you went through da-da-da-da-da, and it'll never work for you, da-da-da-da-da, and guess what? It'll never work for you, da-da-da-da-da. Right? Like the mind right now is creating a story of obfuscation where there was a bunch of people who jumped on the live stream right at the beginning. Right at the beginning of the live stream, there was 13 or 14 people. Now there's 5. And it's like, you see, you're not that good, Orion. You're not that good. People don't really give a fuck about what you're saying. They don't care about what you have to say. You should just stop, Orion. It's a waste of time. That's the mind, by the way, creating that story. That is not the soul. Soul's control mind, yes. When you know yourself, that is. But when you don't know yourself, the mind controls the soul. Or the mind controls everything. So anyways, back to what I was saying. You're not good, Orion. You don't know what you're doing. Nobody's listening to you. Ha 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 ha. You see, you should stop live streaming. You're just a waste of time. People troll you. They don't even like what you have to say. They don't even like you. So the mind creates a story because it takes on the previous experiences that it experienced, right? But you always experience something in every present moment. Life is always changing. It's only staying the same because you adhere to the same thought over and over, right? People are going to keep trolling you. People are going to keep saying that you don't know what you're talking about. People are going to keep saying that you're not good enough, Orion. You don't know what you're doing. No one's going to watch your videos. Why are you even wasting your time, right? You're not seeing any returns. You're not seeing any growth. You're not seeing any of this stuff, right? Other people put in less effort and they get more expansion, where you put in all the effort and nobody even gives a fuck about what you even are doing, right? That's the story this mind has made up. That life is harder for this character than other characters. Because that was a story that was made up. But as a child, my life was pretty simple and fun, but I did get bullied. I got beat up a lot, right? I was a little runt. People beat me up in school, right? I was a weakling. My face got kicked in, I got beat up, got bullied. Some kid chased me with a stick and wanted to kill me with a stick that was sharp. Yeah, I haven't shared any of this with any of you yet. This is the childhood. So then over time, I went from being bullied to being somewhat of the bullier. Now, I didn't purposely go and cause problems to people, but I basically went to school with a black baseball bat every fucking day to make sure nobody would mess with me. Over time, of course. And I scared the shit out of a lot of people. But these were stories. Because as a 5-year-old, I was good. Except for that time when the little girl, when I was 5 and she was 5, she told me, "Ew, Mom, look, ugly monster." And her mom said, "Honey, that is not something nice to say. You apologize to that boy." And she did, but that didn't obviously help because now the scar was there. Right? That's wearing the Spider-Man suit. You can say that we all have a Spider-Man suit that we're wearing underneath our skin. It's called the fascia. I'm sure some of you heard of the fascia and healing your fascia. And that if you do fascia training or clearing your fascia, right? It's the webby part that kind of goes over your bones. You heal your fascia because that's where a lot of the traumas are stored and they're lingering, that you can release a lot of the energy. And it does work for sure. But again, when you know who you are, you don't need to do any of that stuff. Doesn't mean it's not helpful. Always use things that can help you until you know who you are, and then you no longer need the training wheels. So, these are stories that the mind made because it went through a physical experience. What the eyes see, it believes is real, and it perpetuates the cycle over and over. Oh, Ryan, you're wasting time. Nobody even watches your live streams. What's the point? Who cares? Nobody even likes your live streams. Yeah, fascia, that's how it's spelled. Nobody even cares about your live streams. Look, there's only one person. There's not even 1,000 people on your live stream like an iShow Speed or something. You're not on iShow Speed. Who are you, Orion? You're not no iShow Speed. Hello. You're not no iShow Speed, right? But here we are, doing my live stream. You know why? Because I'm on the same level as iShow Speed. And it's just a matter of when, not if. Time's ticking. The world is going to know exactly who I am and what I came here to do, little by little. And guess what? The world already knows, because you, Mr. who is responding, which I appreciate, is in India. You are part of the world. There's other people who came on, like Scott. He's in Canada, other side of Canada. He's part of the world. Michael, he's in DC, United States. He's part of the world. Rihanna, I think she's in Scotland. She's part of the world. But when I'm done with this world, when I'm done and I'm gone, the world will be a vastly different place. Because I didn't come here to do it alone, but I came here to do something extraordinary. And that's to help everybody to remember who they are. And that you have the power in every present moment to alter the course of your life by shifting and letting go of any blocks that you think you have, that you actually don't have. And so, with my experience, all the times I made YouTube videos in the past on my other channel, like nothing worked for me. I didn't get like those viral videos like some people go viral. I never got those things where people got like hundreds of thousands of views on a video. But I did help over 1 million people already on the planet on my other channel. So there's something. I got it through my live streams. So you see, the thing is, like, it is always working for you, but the mind tends to linger in the negative. It always is focused on the negative, what it doesn't have. But we've been trained and conditioned to always look for the next, instead of looking to what is right here, right now, in this moment. You, me, and everybody has everything right here, right now. I'm going to turn the phone to me. I'm sitting, I'm kind of squatting right here. I'm just like chilling right here. See? Just like chilling by the water. There, you get to see some water while we chat. And I get a little bit of shade as well. Let me see. No, not followers. I had millions of people who saw my content. Which is still, it doesn't matter about followers. I had, like, on my YouTube studio, I had 1.6 million views across my live streams when it was working properly back in early 2025. So many people saw my live. Yeah, it is very peaceful. So many people saw my live streams, and I helped so many people back then. And many, many people got the help that they needed. So I helped a lot of people. So just because, like, and it goes for your life too, everybody's lives. I want you to know that even if something doesn't feel like it's working out, I promise you it is working out. It's just your mind's probably creating a story saying, but it's not working, it's not working. No, it's working. Let me, oh, yeah, there you go. It's working. I promise you it's working. Everything is always working out for you when you least expect it. But the mind's going to create a story. No, it's not. No, it's not, Orion. It's not working out. This is what happens to this character right here. This mind right here. So, no, it's not working. No, it's working. You just have to stop listening to the mind, because the mind's not real. It's a paradox of itself. It's a bunch of stories. That's what the mind is, just a bunch of stories. Repeated over and over and over again. What you really are cannot be described by any word, because there's a you that isn't even the mind or the body, but it persists with this experience, as we call it. I know what it's called, but the name is still a limitation, because what it really is goes way beyond it, beyond that word. The word confines it, unfortunately. God itself, the universe, source, all that is, those are just words. But it's called itself. Itself is just having 8 billion different experiences with itself. It's very bizarre. I'm like, so itself, you're having an experience of, like, hurting that other person, hurting other itself. That's you hurting yourself. Like, why would you do that? It's kind of ridiculous. It's because the mind has created the identity. Itself didn't create the identity. The mind created the identity, because itself gave each of us a mind, which I'm like, well, if you gave us a mind, then why did you give it to us in a way where we can just master our mind? Because itself wanted a unique experience through each of us. And I am still helping people, indeed. And I won't stop. Not until my final breath. If the universe were to take me out, or God, or the infinite intelligence takes me out right now, then that's it. It's a wrap. But I know that like there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do, and I'm looking forward to doing all that. I'm excited. And for me, I'm not saying, but I'm not visible. I don't have visibility yet. I'll never have visibility like the iShow Speeds and the Logan Pauls and the Lou Laters and all the others. I won't say that. I have visibility. Even if one person sees my thing, that's good enough. I've let go of like the game of numbers. The mind wants to still create the game of numbers though. And it lingers with that idea because it sees others like, well, that person got like 10,000 views on their video and you only got like 100 views. That's still 100 people that saw the video though. Think about it. Right? So, like, it's just perspective. And a number, that's an illusion. To the eyes of the universe, no number is big or small. It just is. 1 penny or 10 billion is the same to the universe. It doesn't care about size because it's all one thing. We created that obfuscation with our mind to measure this has more value, this 1 penny has less value than 10 billion. But that 1 penny could be more valuable than 10 billion. It all depends. It all comes down to perspective. Right? I would rather have 200 people on my live streams that are focused, locked in, and ready to know that they have the power in every present moment to shift than having 10 billion people watching my live, even though it's not 10 billion people. But I'm using that number just for now. Instead of 10 billion people on the planet watching my live streams who are not even locked in and they don't give a fuck about it. It's just a waste of time. Numbers are an illusion. It's all made up. Yeah, exactly. Size doesn't matter, impact does. I would be sitting on my rock over there, but you know, the water is a little high at the present moment. And I don't feel like jumping over to my rock right now. But tomorrow the water should be going down, and then the next day it'll be much lower. But yeah, the mind just likes to linger and persist through a bunch of noise. Thank you. I prioritize my health. Without health, doesn't matter. You can have all the money in the world. I know plenty of millionaires and billionaires who don't take care of themselves. And they look like they're going to be... Health is number one priority. I will always take care of my body no matter what. Like, that's like top priority. Like, if I don't talk about the mind, I talk about the body. But really, the body and the mind are one and the same. They are a system. They work together. Healthy mind, healthy body, healthy body, healthy mind. But unhealthy body, unhealthy mind, unhealthy mind, unhealthy body. So, they go hand in hand. This is a very, very nice spot to chill and just like chat for a moment before we start rolling again. But yeah, today, you know, talking with my client, and she told me how, you know, things were lingering in her mind and they won't leave her. I'm like, so you say that they're not leaving you because they persist, but what if I told you that if you stop thinking about it and you stop giving it attention, it'll just calm down and disappear over time. It's like listening to a TV in a waiting room. but you're not focusing on the TV. You're just in the waiting room waiting to get checked out or whatever, and there's like a TV playing in the background. That's what the mind is. It's like a TV playing in the background. When you stop entertaining the TV in the background, it has no power over you because you're not the mind. And I kept telling her, like, you're not the mind. If you keep hearing a voice in your head, that is not you. That is someone else. That's a story. That's a narrative. And it's okay. It was created by you because it needed to protect you so that you could go through life and have your experience, but now it's no longer serving you. So you can drop it. You can let it go whenever you choose to. And because of that jump-started my brain today. I'm like, okay, I think we're going to be talking about that, lingering. See, on my other channel with my live streams, I only make one-word titles. I don't need to make a fancy long-ass title for my videos because I can talk about that one word and I can expand upon that word. I have over 500 live streams now, not on this channel, but on my other channel, with one-word titles. Or close, well, I have 500 live streams. The first set have a lot of, like, you know, words, but like I did over 300 or 400 live streams with one-word titles, and I was able to talk about that one word with ease. And I just carried over what I did on that channel to this channel. My water is running out. I can't drink this water. It's not that clean, but it's all good. I'll fill back my water by the fountain when we get back. This will be a good opportunity to see how clean the water is now, since they put in a new fountain. I just want you all to know that each and every single one of you, the mind is going to do some sort of lingering of like, but I'm not where I am yet, or I'll never get there, or it'll say like, but it's so hard, it's so difficult. But I promise you, that's not you. It's not you. You're the infinite. You're the infinite that forgot itself. And because you forgot itself, you take on the limitations of the finite mind. By the way, there's a sister up there with her doggy. I was just saying hello. What happened to the previous channel? So the previous channel is no longer in alignment. The channel doesn't work properly. YouTube decided to screw that channel back last year after I was getting so many views. In February 3rd, 2025, I was going like this, and all of a sudden, yeah. All because somebody spammed in my chat. It's not their fault. But then YouTube decided to say it was the YouTube algorithm, and it's AI because, you know, no one's actually checking the live streams. So YouTube's AI fucked me over. But it was meant to happen because I had to go through a journey of understanding how to live stream with a phantom audience to get ready for all of you on this channel. But basically that channel doesn't work. I can go live streaming, but nobody will see it. The subscribers will see it, but even sometimes they don't even get the notifications that I went live. So that channel is completely broken. Completely broken. See, this channel, there's new souls that show up. Right at the beginning of the live stream, there's a bunch of you that just popped on my stream. Like Michael, like he just showed up out of nowhere and he asked, where is this? This is Toronto. He's one of the new ones that showed up on the stream, right? My other channel doesn't even get any of you. You have to actually go find the channel and subscribe. So YouTube buried that channel into like the complete and utter like abyss of the algorithm. Like you can't find it unless you look for it. So for a whole year, you're probably wondering, why didn't you just change channels? I'll tell you why I didn't change channels. Because I was not fully ready to tap into the version I am right now. There were still things I still needed to let go of, but I had to go on that live stream to work through my shit, essentially. And yes, I worked on my shit with other people, but at a cost of those other people. So me going through a bunch of the bullshit that I had to go through, right, cost me a lot of good people. Some of them hate my guts because of the things I said. Right? I told them straight up exactly the things that I'm saying now, but I said it in a different way. I said that you are God pretending to be human. Some of them were like, no, I'm not. God's not. Then we got into an argument. I was arguing with a phone screen. Come on. Really? We're doing that? I'm arguing with text on the screen? Really? Is that what we're doing here? So that had to happen. I had to get grounded with myself. I also had to go through what they call a dark night of the soul. That lasted for 1 month. And it was during the summer. It was from July to August. I was like, what was that noise? From July to August, I was going through the absolute ringer. But I had to go through it because if it happened on this channel, well, this channel will have been like the other channel. So I rather that channel had to go through the bullshit. And I was supposed to end that channel on November 25th last year, but I persisted for another couple months into it. I'm like, well, I don't feel like the universe wants me to start this channel yet, but that's the thing. The intuition was saying you have to start this channel at some point. When are you going to start? So guess what? On May 18th, or no, May 11th, when I started live streaming on this channel, or May 12th actually, I started live streaming on this channel because the other channel got copyright striked. And I couldn't live stream. I was blocked for a week. And so that was a sign from the universe that it's time for you to start now, man. It's time for you to start helping people again. You are helping your clients, yes, but now you have to start helping people around the world. And people need your help. And yes, some are going to work with you, Orion, but they need to find you now. They must find you because you're going to help them. So here we are. This channel. This channel works. And if for whatever reason this channel starts going screwy, which it's not going to be because I'm not putting that intention out there, it's just going to work because it just works. Guess what? So many more people that's going to come on. And if I'm not meant to be live streaming on YouTube, I have Kick to live stream on because that's exactly where I was supposed to go. I wasn't really supposed to continue on YouTube, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'm supposed to be live streaming on Kick. All I know is this, that I've helped quite a few of you since I started this channel, and there's a lot to do. So I'm really happy about that. Hello, good to see you. So that other channel had to break. That other channel had to be dismantled for this channel to work. I'm talking about, well, I was talking about some of my clients and how the mind likes to linger with ideas and it keeps people hostage and stuck. But then I was talking about my other channel and how, and it still relates to the mind, how the mind creates a story that if you keep seeing it over and over, you start to entertain it as your truth. Like, for example, the character, I call this a character, this character keeps thinking that nothing's working out for him because he puts in all the effort and it still doesn't work, but other people put in no effort and it works for them. So he has this belief and this idea that nothing works for him and he has to put in 5 times extra effort just for shit to work for him. But that's not true because that's a belief. And if that belief is strong enough, you will feed it into your outside world and it'll just give you more proof. But until you start changing the story within, this knows the answer, this does not. And because this keeps creating a story over and over, because it takes your outside world as a reflection, it reflects back in your inner world and it becomes a loop. So that's what we're talking about, the mind creating a story, essentially. How it likes to linger and persist with limitations and lack. I have no more water after this. I have to go take a walk and get some water at the fountain. Let's see. Well, it's true because the mind will continue to adhere to something that it sees over and over with the eyes. The mind is what's creating the image, right? So, like when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. So when you change your perception of things, things are perceived differently. So really, the eyes are just a projector. And the mind is the imaginator. Well, that's not even a word. It imagines things and it takes the imagination and feeds it out to the eyes. And then the eyes take the light and bounce it back into the mind, and then it creates a loop. Like right now, I can close my eyes, of course, for a moment. I can hear the water, obviously. But this water sounds like the ocean if I go to San Diego right now. I can snap my finger and I can imagine me walking on the beach right now, and I can feel my shoes are off. I know I have shoes right now on, but I can feel my shoes off, and I can feel the sand and the wet sand underneath my feet as the water is clashing against my legs, because I roll up my pant leg. Generally, I don't like shorts. I don't like wearing shorts. So I roll up my pants and let the water hit my leg. I can feel that. I can smell the salty sea and ocean air. I can hear the seagulls like making their sounds. I can hear people playing on the beach. I can see people playing volleyball. I can feel these things. So the mind is creating the image right now. But the eyes, obviously when I open the eyes, it's not going to see San Diego. But if we stay in that frequency long enough, and you know it as your truth, then eventually you'll take the action, and then this will be San Diego, right? Of course, you got to book a ticket, fly, do the thing, get your butt over there. But you have to feel it. This is a feeling world, not just a thinking world. The world has been programmed to think, not feel. Now we must feel, not just think. The problem with that is the mind is afraid to feel. It wants to think. It's afraid to feel, because the moment you feel, the story drops away. And if the story drops away, then it feels like it's going to lose itself and it's being threatened. Because the mind is being threatened in every present moment when you start to shift and change. It doesn't like when you're about to change and go to something else or do something else, because it's created that narrative for so long. I'm going to read all the messages in a moment. It's created all the narratives, and now the narratives don't match what you actually desire, the true you, and so the mind will fight against the new narrative that you're attempting to build and go against you, because it doesn't feel safe, because it hasn't experienced that thing. Because it's like, well, if I go, or if you go to San Diego, Orion, then Toronto or Toronto won't exist, and then we are not stuck in our little comfort zone of Toronto, even though it's not a comfort zone, but we're not in Toronto anymore, and now we have to entertain this thing, and I'm afraid. And that's what the mind does. It'll keep things away from you, because the mind is always designed for safety. So like, I'll use a better example. Money. This is a good one. Or even a relationship. Even better. I'll use a relationship. You're meant to be with a partner. Maybe. All of you were designed to have a partner. And not just one, but many. But you will end up with one generally throughout your lifetime. You may end up divorcing one and go to the other, but you generally come down with a lot of soulmates. Anyways, or people that you're supposed to connect with. Let's just use that word. But right now, there's a current ideology out there that, you know, there's a lot of men who don't like women, and then there's women who don't like men. And there are content out there in the world that say that men are evil and women are evil. So like there's I've seen it all. I've seen the content. They exist. And so the more you adhere to the contents like that, then you will just keep confirming that as true, and then you end up not getting what you get, end up not experiencing the thing that you're supposed to experience. And guess what happens? The mind keeps creating that story over and over and over again. No, it's not. The water is not that it's not drinkable. This water is not drinkable. It's good to wash your hands, but not drinkable. Let's see. Will you miss your friends and neighbors when you settle in San Diego? No, I will not. Not even close. My people, the people I'm supposed to be with are in San Diego. So, will I miss my mom and dad and my brother and sister? No. Because that implies that like they're separate from me. They're not. They're still right here. If I really want, I can think about them or feel them right here. Sure, I won't get to see them, but like, I didn't come here for them. I came here to serve the world. So my purpose goes beyond missing people. So no, I won't be missing anybody. Will I miss this trail? A little bit. I like my trail, but of course in San Diego I have the trail. So I mean, I have a walking trail just like this. In fact, I don't just have one, I have many. And I have the ocean and the mountains to boot. So I mean, this is sort of like my getaway from Toronto, like the city. And I'm lucky I have this here. Thank God I have this. And I love it, but I won't be fully missing it like, oh my God, my trail, because, you know, San Diego has a whole bunch of trails. And it has water spots like this too. There's a place called, not Iron Mountain Trailhead. What's that other place? Not Cowles Mountain. Drive. I'm looking at the sign. It's on the side of the road. I'm attempting to imagine the sign and get the name of that trail. What is the name of that trail? It's like right there. I can see it. It's like a green sign with white lettering and has a little mountain in the sign. It's not Iron Mountain. The mind wants to keep saying Iron. It's not Iron Mountain. I'll pull it up when the time comes. I'll manifest the name of that trail. But anyways, that trail has a mountain, a long walking trail, and it has water similar to this. Not as big, but it has water that flows like this. So I mean, I'm not missing anything. And where I plan to live, it'll take about 15 minutes to drive. That's like nothing. 15 minutes, maybe 20, at most maybe 30 at most. But 30-minute driving is like nothing to me. I used to drive 2.5 hours where I used to live every day. One time I had to drive 6 hours because of bad weather. So I mean, like 30 minutes is like nothing to me. Driving is like fun. I love driving. Okay, then when the mind's scared, then why do you get suicidal thoughts? Because the mind, that's a great question actually. Because the mind has an overload and it can't handle the overload. and it's taken on too much things. And because of that overwhelm, the overload, the constant annoyance that you're probably experiencing, the mind will create those ideologies because it wants to escape. It wants an escape. It wants to be done. It wants to be finished with it. And yes, people do end up leaving, unfortunately, only to realize what the mind did when they were here on earth, what the mind was doing. So the mind gets overwhelmed, overloaded, and under a tremendous amount of like pressure and energy from the negative side of like fear, worry, doubt, hate, anger, frustration, irritation, annoyance. And yes, Rihanna, beautiful spot indeed. Annoyance, depression, sadness, apathy, despair, grief, loneliness. That's a big one, by the way. Loneliness. That's a massive one, in fact, because we are designed to be social creatures. And when the mind doesn't have someone to sort of talk to, that's why everybody wants to have someone to talk to. When you have yourself at all times, but you know, you want to have another person to talk to. The mind gets lonely and it creates a story. And then it'll say, nobody likes me because I'm alone. Or it'll start creating another story. That's what the mind is. It's a bunch of stories repeated over and over and over again. So that's what's going on with the mind and suicidal thoughts. I've had those thoughts myself. I've had plenty of those thoughts, and my screen went dark. I don't know why, but it went dark. But it's okay. It is what it is. It's not like out here is dark. The screen just does that. Try anti-brightness setting. It doesn't really matter. My point to say this is, when you know how the mind works, you won't have suicidal thoughts. Your mind will probably still create ideas of suicidal thoughts if your current reality is like showing you a picture or an image of like just absolutely nightmarish things, and you just want to escape. But when you know yourself and you know it starts with you right here, and you can flip the story at any time. The only reason why it doesn't feel easy to flip the story is because you've given so much emotional investment over years and years, and it compounded. So it's like going against 10 years of compound interest in like 2 minutes. It's not going to work, unfortunately, unless you know how to snap your mind into like, I'm not the mind. But nobody really talks about that you're not the mind. They just say that you know, the mind and the body. Your mind isn't you. It's a tool that you get to use. That's the difference. You have a mind, you aren't the mind. Big difference. But most people identify with the mind because the mind has created a story saying this is who they are. And I'm not going to get into who you actually are. That's a whole other conversation right now. But I will say that the mind is just a tool so that you can use it to navigate the world. That's it. Some people who come to Earth, their mind might be completely like dismantled, but they are designed to show other people around them to start to shift and choose differently. That's why they come to Earth, to kind of be like a mirror to reflect back where other people are in their life, to stop creating noise in their head. They choose that, unfortunately. Now, that's again another conversation. I'm not going to get into all that. That's irrelevant right now. But the mind likes to create stories when it doesn't know itself. And the mind will forever keep seeking. That's the one thing the mind's always going to do. You can attempt to tell the mind to stop, but the mind will always keep seeking. And the only way to stop like seeking and start knowing is to start just being right here in the now, that everything's okay. You're good. I know life might suck for some of you, or life might be hard, or it might be difficult, but I promise you, it'll change, because it was the same thing for me. Life was very difficult at one point. Now it's extremely easy because I figured out how this thing works. Let's see what you all wrote in the chat. Since I can't see the screen, it's a little dark now. Because I'm fighting those thoughts, so that's why I've asked. So, I want you to know you don't need to fight it. Just let it talk. It's not you. That's never been you. The mind isn't you. You have a mind. Think of it like you have a hand, right? You have a hand to use to pick things up. That's the same thing what the mind is. It's a tool so that you can use your experience and explore the world. That's all it is. It's not you. It's a story that the mind creates, that I am XYZ person with XYZ experiences. And yes, that's true, because you did go through it and you did experience it, and it's very valid and real, but it's still not really you. It's just an experience, and the mind created a narrative behind it. Because my story was, my name is Orion, and I went through 20 years of hating the world, and I wanted nothing to do with the world. But guess what? When I was a child, I didn't have that thought. Where did that come from? I had an experience when I was younger that showed me that the world is not to be trusted. And then from that moment on, I stopped trusting people. And of course, the more you feel no trust, the more people will show you the same thing, because it's confirmation bias. So I was fighting myself over and over and over again until I decided and I chose to be different, operate different, act differently, feel differently, say things differently, and slowly but surely the power of the mind's story started to slow down and disappear. Now, it does pop up at times. It likes to sneak back in when you least expect it. But when it sneaks back in, that's the perfect time you get to flex your muscle and tell the mind, I see you, I see what you're doing, but I will not adhere to what you're saying, because that's not me. Because when you know who you are from here, this has all the answers waiting for you to tell this to slow down and relax. This wants to work with this together. They are unstoppable. But this does not want to work with this, because this has its own agendas. This one is afraid of this, actually. And I point up here because most people say the mind is here. And yes, you can feel the energy up in your head, for sure. But your mind is actually everywhere in your body. You actually have three different minds that work with your brain. You have the conscious mind, like when you're conscious, you know that like we're at the water, you know, you're holding a water ball in your hand. This is conscious mind. Then you have the subconscious mind, which is 95% of your background things, like your breathing, what you currently believe of the world. Do you fear people? Do you trust people? Do you not trust people? Right? Life is hard, life is easy, that kind of stuff. And that uses emotion. And then you have another mind which does not use the same percentage of the conscious and subconscious, and it's called your superconscious mind. And that is your infinite mind, which stems from like right in here. Superconscious or supraconscious mind, which is kind of like right here. And this has all the answers. But your mind doesn't have all the answers. And this will send the information it needs to hear, but this needs to slow down and relax. This has got to relax. When it doesn't relax and calm down and slow down and just be, it can't get the answers. It's like you're driving through a tunnel, right? You're locked into that tunnel. You're freaking locked into that tunnel. But you can't see anything else but that tunnel. That's what your subconscious mind and your conscious mind are doing. They're locked in. But your super conscious mind is not just that tunnel. It's everything else beyond the tunnel as well too. So like for example, right now, you all can only see about this. You can't see to my left or to my right, right? But you can see behind me, you can see above me, but you can't see beyond what my camera can show, right? But there's so much more than what you can see in the sky, right? You've heard an airplane fly over my head probably a couple times, but you couldn't see it, right? Does that mean it doesn't exist? Of course it exists. The superconscious mind has all the answers, but the subconscious mind has all the answers too, but it uses emotion and it's locked to your conscious mind who doesn't have all the answers. So you see, the subconscious mind, it actually has all the answers, but the problem is it uses emotion and it transcends time and space, and it will give you everything you're currently experiencing in your life. If you think you are abundant, you will have abundance. If you feel abundant, you will have abundance. If you feel lack or scarcity, you will have lack and scarcity, because that's how the subconscious works. It works hand in hand with your conscious mind and your super conscious mind. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I do my best to make things make sense, but there are things in this reality that are also not meant to make sense. I make the things that don't make sense at times too. Like, how am I able to work 1 day a week, which is today, and I've already worked this morning, and that's it, and I am good for the rest of the week? I don't need to work for the rest of the week. I'm good. How is that? Because I decided that abundance is everywhere, number one. Number two, that there are infinite opportunities at all times, and that there are clients everywhere that need my help. Right here, not here, right here. And as I keep flipping the mirror internally, because there's a mirror inside of you reflecting your outside world, as I keep shifting that, my world around me starts to shift. But the problem is our eyes wants to see proof before it happens. Like, it wants proof. Is it working? Of course it's working. You had many experiences where life is working out for you, but you know, the funny thing is, it's a paradox, because even when you feel like life is not working out for you, it's still working out for you, just in the way that you don't expect. Maybe you're like, I don't want to be doing XYZ, or I don't want to be this, but you're asking for, the universe is basically saying, oh, so you're focusing on, you don't want this thing, so I'll give you more of that, because you're focusing on what you don't want, because the universe works on your focus and your attention, right? So back to your mind, like you fighting, you don't need to fight it. Just hear it. I know it's going to attempt to control you. That's what it's going to do. It's going to keep fighting you all the time until you decide, no more. No more fighting. You're good. Even if it wants to fight, nope, I'm good. I hear you, mind. I see you, but nope, I won't entertain you. Nope, sorry, mind. Nope. Nope, sorry, nope. I hear you, mind. Nope. Nope, you're going to have to do it a lot, by the way, in the beginning. It's going to take some effort. Nope. I know that I'm supposed to be abundant. I know I'm supposed to be happy. I know I'm supposed to have a beautiful life, and you're supposed to have a beautiful life. But the mind will say, nope. And you say no to the mind, because the mind's going to keep fighting you. But there's also another belief. If you keep believing that the mind's going to keep fighting you, that's another paradox. So just know that. So I want you to know that the mind's not fighting you anymore. You can just now let that go. That idea disappear. And yeah, if you hear it, nope. It's not real. Next. And keep going. Enjoy your night, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I talk about all kinds of things. I'm just really here to help everybody to blast past your subconscious mind, which is technically your nervous system, really, so that you can live your best life. Because most people, what they're doing is pressing the gas and pressing the brakes at the same time, and they're not going anywhere, and their wheels are spinning, and they're like, what the hell is going on here? Like, why am I know I'm supposed to be rich, but I'm not rich. Why is that? Because you're pumping the gas and the brakes at the same time, and your wheels are just spinning because your nervous system has said to you that money or something is not safe, and you have to let that go. It's like carrying a backpack and you haven't dropped it yet. Like a 20-ton backpack. You're carrying 20 tons or 10,000 tons, and your backpack is like weighing you down. And all you got to do, the problem is the mind is not going to allow you to just do that. But it's a paradox, because your mind, when you know how powerful you really are, you just simply drop the backpack and you let it go. That's it. That's all you have to do. And I help people to blast past that. My clients help me with exercising my skills, and they also pay me, of course. And it's awesome because I never believed that I was ever going to get paid to do what I love. Now I love doing what I do, and I get to help people. What's up, Justin? Let's see what you're saying, bro. What we got? Well, I'm not too expensive for you, but that might be a limiting belief, bro. But, you know, I am pretty, I mean, I have different tiers, but it all comes down to perspective. Well, like, like, for example, what's your definition of expensive? Right? I know it'll be something of like, too much money, not affordable, way too high. But that's like, you know, perspective, isn't it? Right? Because like there are people in the world that don't even bat their eyelash if it will cost like, you know, $10,000, let's say. And then there are other people who will bat an eyelash and like, oh shit, it's like $10,000. Holy fuck, that's a lot of money, right? Pretty crazy. But, you know, when you look at the value, right? You will never have to pay another person ever again for anything of this nature. Because like, I help my clients not just with subconscious blocks, but I help them with like strategies in their businesses. Like, I'm basically saying, like, alter your frequency defies your rationality, right? If you truly believe or know, I would say no, not believe, but if you truly know that you can have something in your business, then you have it. You just have to lock in, tap into that. They're more than happy to pay my fee, because they're making even more now because of it. That's like the return on investment. They want to see the return on investment, essentially. But the return on investment is like infinite. That's why they're more than happy to pay me what I'm worth. There's a lot. I could be charging a lot more, but I'm starting out, so my prices will go up over time. So if you think it's expensive now, just wait. It's not really expensive, because that's a perception, right? Like, I remember when I went, for those of you who don't know Jessa, she's a sister that I got to stay with in New York City, and she didn't even bat an eyelash when she paid $10,000 for me to go to Vegas with her. I had to buy my own plane ticket, but we had an event to go to in Vegas, and the cost was $10,000. I'm like, you know, I didn't think I was going to Vegas with her, because I came to New York to, you know, to kind of like learn from her, even though I'm not learning, I'm remembering. And she's like, no, brother, you're going to Vegas, and you're going to learn a lot of stuff in Vegas. I'm like, I'm going to Vegas? Well, I came to New York. I didn't think I was going anywhere else. You know, I knew that you were going to go take some trips, and I knew I had to like help you with the dogs and stuff while you do your thing, but like I didn't know I was going to Vegas. Like, yeah, you're going to Vegas with me for a week. Okay. And what am I doing in Vegas with you? You're going to an event. Okay, what kind of event were we talking about? Like a speaking event, a business event, a wealth building event? I'm like, okay. And do I have to pay anything? Because, you know, that's the first thing that came into my mind. I'm like, do I have to pay? Because, like, I don't have, like, I have a certain amount of resources at the time because I was thinking from a lack mindset. I'm like, well, sis, I only have like so much amount right now, and I came to New York with what I had, you know? I don't have as much as like you do presently. She's like, brother, why are you even thinking like that? I'm like, well, you want me to go to Vegas, so I know I have to pay, right? Or I can just stay here in New York and just watch the dogs. She's like, no, you're coming to Vegas and I'll take care of it. Don't worry. I found out it was over $10,000. She didn't even bat an eyelash. She just paid for me. Because for her, $10,000 is nothing. That's what I'm saying. Wealth is all about, it's very subjective, right? Oh yeah, I'm doing great, bro. I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. She paid $10,000 plus for me to speak on stage, number one. Number two, have a very interesting experience with some people. And it was worth the $10,000. I can tell you that. Because it sort of elevated my consciousn's to what is possible. Because I got to sit around millionaires and billionaires, and yes, I know a lot of you will be like, but billionaires are evil, correct? Because there's a perception out in the world that billionaires are evil, but there are a lot of billionaires out in the world that are doing great things. They just aren't. You just don't know about them because they're sort of like behind the scenes, right? And I got to sit around the table, and I got to hear them speak. I'm like, these guys are billionaires, really? Because, you know, my consciousness was like there's a little bit of a spiritual pretentiousness back then. I'm like, these guys are billionaires, okay. And they chatted with me. They asked like, what's your vision? At the time, my vision wasn't clear, but I did my best to explain. I'm like, well, I want to help people. And they're like, well, we figured that much, but like, what is it that you want to help people with? So you can say they started helping me getting a little bit clearer. They didn't have to do that, but they did. That advice alone, people pay $25,000 to $30,000 for just to get clear on their purpose. It's crazy, isn't it? I was there. I technically manifested $10,000 through Jessa, who paid for me to go and speak with billionaires to help me to understand how wealth really works. And they helped me to get pretty crystal clear. And they asked me a very powerful question that day. I'll never forget it. They asked me, do you believe that you could be a billionaire or a millionaire like us? And I turned and I'm like, well, I think I can. So they're like, so you think you can, but you don't know you can. I'm like, well, I don't know, right? You guys are the experts. Right? Based on what you guys know about me, what do you think? They basically told me, you're sitting right next to us. Do you think you're any different than us? I'm like, well, yeah, you guys are billionaires. You guys are millionaires. You guys are high-level entrepreneurs and CEOs of Fortune, like, 500 companies. I'm just a dude who just came to Vegas, who Jessa paid for me. I didn't even have $10,000. She's like, one person was like, so you think this was all luck then, that you got here? Hello? you're just like us, and everybody else in the world is just like us too. We're no different. The only reason why we're where we are is because we believed in ourselves, we had confidence in ourselves, and we took action. And we didn't say no. And we basically locked in. Back then the word lock the fuck in wasn't really a saying, but now we'll be saying, they said they locked the fuck in. Let me see what's written in the chat. Roland King, what's that? So that's not true. That's not true at all, because they didn't sell their soul. In fact, they're high-level conscious entrepreneurs. But that's a belief that you and a lot of people in the world hold, and that's okay. I used to hold that belief too, that I'm like, you must have had to sell your soul to be a billionaire. That's not true at all. Or even a millionaire. Yes, there are a lot of billionaires out in the world that are doing pretty, questionable things. However, not all billionaires are the same. Same with all millionaires, they're not all the same. So, when I got to go in Vegas, they kind of shifted my belief a little bit too. Because I was thinking the same thing. I had that same train of thought. I'm like, yeah, these guys must have really did some pretty gnarly things to get to where they are. But I could tell that they were being genuine. I'm really good at seeing through a lot of people's facades. I could feel what they were saying. They didn't have to speak to me like that. They could have just been like, you're a little peon. Go your way, Orion. But they invited me to come and sit with them and like, hey, Justa didn't bring you here by accident. She didn't pay $10,000 for you to just think this was some sort of luck. She wanted you to know that this is possible for you and that you can do it. You just have to know in yourself, not believe, but know in yourself, because believe is not enough. Belief has an energetic opposite of doubt. Belief doesn't have enough energetic force behind it. You have to know in thyself. But the mind creates stories. It will always create stories. It will continuously keep creating stories. That's what the mind does. The mind keeps creating a lot of lack and limitation. But unfortunately, whatever the mind says is true and you agree to the mind, that's what you'll experience, right? What the thinker thinks the prover proves. So if you think that something is hard, let's say, for example, in life, it's going to be hard. If you think something's easy, it's going to be easy. Some will say, but that's not how reality works. Well, it works the way you decided it to work, because you make the laws of your reality. You're the walking universe. YOUNIVERSE. Walking universe. So, from that moment on, I was like, okay, let me get crystal clear what it is that I want. I want to help clients breaking past their subconscious blocks, because I believed and I felt that I had blocks because I've given so much emotional investment and it compounded for years that I wanted to undo that. And I know other people in the world have the same sort of blocks to some degree. So I wanted to do that with my mission. But I also wanted to be crystal clear as to how often do I work? Do I work 5 days a week, 4 days a week? Can I be anywhere in the world to work? How many hours do I work a day? So today, I worked from 7 a.m. to 2:15 p.m. What is that? 8 hours? I did my workout at 5 a.m. I got up earlier. I went to bed early last night. Got up earlier, took a smaller walk, a shorter walk. Did my workout, got ready by 7. And started with my clients. pretty good. Today was a really good day. A lot of breakthroughs for the clients. I only need to work 1 day a week though, because I created that life for myself, and it's possible. The only reason why in the beginning it wasn't possible for me is because I didn't believe it was possible. That was it. Because the mind kept saying, that's not possible. You got to work 40 hours a week, dude. Who do you think you are? Right? Now I don't. And I know what's possible now. I make more than enough. I have more than enough. It's wonderful to just live in abundance. And I get to now be on my live streams for however long I choose to. Like I used to care about, can you hit the like button and subscribe to my channel and do all this? I don't care. If you want to subscribe, subscribe. If you don't, that's cool. No big deal. I just want to make sure that when you're here, I give as much value as I possibly can. Some of you may want to work with me down the road, and it's okay. If you do, let me know. No pressure. And I have a waiting list for clients right now. Because I also said I'm not going to take on 10 billion clients. I'm not doing that. Like, money is amazing, but like, I also value my time. I value my time, and I want to make sure that like, I'm not taking more than I want. And right now, I have 6. I have 6 clients. I didn't work with all 6 today, though. I only worked with 4 of them today. 2 of them for about 2.5 hours, and the other 2 for about an hour, hour and a half-ish. The ones who have to work a little bit longer today, they had a little bit of more things to let go of. I want more water, but I can't drink this water. It's not clean to drink this water. But it sure as hell is making me thirsty. What time is it? It's already 5 o'clock. Damn, we've been out here for a hot minute. Man, time be flying. We're gonna take our walk back in a moment. How long have I been streaming for? 2 hours and 18 minutes. The screen went dark, so I can't really see like how long I've been streaming for. The brightness setting kicked in, and it basically turned my screen to more dim. Anyways, the mind's going to continue to linger on a lot of limiting beliefs. But I want you to know something about limiting beliefs. There are people who are addicted to finding all their limiting beliefs right now. And they want to end all their limiting beliefs. But what if I told you that even adhering to limiting beliefs is a limiting belief? That's a paradox. You don't have any limiting beliefs unless you still adhere to it. And if you do have some, it's okay. You're perfect as you are. You just have to know that. That's it. I'm going basically against everything that has ever been told to me via YouTube videos and books and podcasts of how the subconscious mind works. Because there's a lot of people who are just like, you got to clear your limiting beliefs. You got to keep healing. You got to keep healing. You'll keep healing forever. You're never going to stop healing. Healing's a forever journey. That's not true. You just have to decide when that this is enough. I have enough. You know enough. You're good enough. You're perfect as you are. You can always improve from the mind level, but your soul is perfect. Your soul is perfect. But the mind, you can always improve the mind, yes. But the mind is always seeking the next. It's always striving for the next. It always will strive for the next. It's never going to stop. And that's okay. That's how the mind is designed. Your mind is not some enemy. It's not the problem. It just is a tool that now you understand how it works. And when you understand how it works, you will better position yourself to navigate the world easier. So instead of things taking like, 7 days to overcome, it takes you like 15, 20 minutes. I used to hold on to things that used to drag me down for weeks on end, and I would not let go of it. Because I understand how the mind works now, I'm just like, okay, well, we'll feel the feeling fully. We'll get angry if we need to get angry. No judgment when we get angry. Let it out. 15 minutes. Boom. Get it out. Move on. This was a cool spot to sit. Normally I'm usually here, but I'm not usually sitting like in this position. I'm glad that, the shade is keeping the phone somewhat cool, because if the sun was beating down on the phone would be overheating right now. I spent a lot of time, they call this contemplation, where I'm just like observing things for what they are. I spend a lot of time here, by the way, just listening to the water and seeing how water just is. It's not creating any problem for itself. Yeah, it bumps into the rocks, but then it just keeps going. That's how we're supposed to be. Shit's gonna get in our way, but see your obstacles as an opportunity for you to shift. I think we're good from the water. Maybe a couple more minutes. I like sitting here. It's good. Again, I don't know going forward if I'll be doing 12-hour live streams. Like, today's not a 12-hour live stream because I was working with my clients. I was thinking, am I going to jump on today? Here we are. I jumped on. I decided after I made a quick decision, because the universe loves speed. When you get an insight, you take the action almost immediately, because the universe does not like procrastination. When it gives you an insight, generally speaking, it wants you to take the action almost immediately. But the problem is the mind will then, but I don't know if I'm supposed to do this. I have a great example. I was going to San Diego. It was, when was this? Birthday. It was the birthday last year, April. I booked the trip. But I was supposed to book it earlier in the year, but I didn't. The character procrastinated because it was like, but we don't have the money right now. We don't have the money. I'm like, hey, you're an abundant being. Forget what the bank account tells you. You're going on that trip. You got it? You understand? But he wasn't pulling the trigger, so guess what happened? The flight went from $350 all the way up to $1,560. I'm like, I'm not paying no $1,500. Get the fuck out of here with that. Because he didn't pull the trigger, so the universe is like, okay, this is what's going to happen. You missed your opportunity, but I'm going to give you another opportunity. So guess what happened? I booked one flight with one airline because the insight came through, which was about $120 to go. And then I booked another flight coming back, which was actually a lot more cost effective. And the flight was actually quite nice for $110. So I paid what, $330 total? Wait, am I doing my math? No, I paid $230. The universe gave me another opportunity because it told me you're going to San Diego. You have to go. But I'm going to give you the insight. Buy that other flight. You can say that that was meant to happen, because here's the other thing too. When you take action, I was live streaming on the plane, just so you know. And the crew came over before we took off and they're like, hey, are you live streaming by chance? I'm like, yeah. I'm still waiting. I'm going to live stream until we take off in the air. And they're like, well, you know, we have free Wi-Fi on the plane, right? You can stay on. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. Thank you so much. And I did do my best to stay on, but unfortunately, the internet wasn't the greatest, so it kept cutting in and out. But I did turn back on the live stream before we landed. And guess what? As we were landing, the guy came, one of the flight attendants, he came over and he's like, hey, would you like to see the cabin? I'm like, hell yeah, I would love to see the cabin. I've never seen the cabin before, like the cockpit. So he told the pilot like that I was live streaming, and the pilot had me sit in the cockpit and I was able to live stream all that. They were so nice. That was the most friendliest flight I had ever been on. And by the way, the flight that cost $1,500, going to San Diego cost $230, and coming back for whatever dumb reason with the other airline was $1,240 or some shit like that. I'm like, $1,200 to come back to Canada? Yeah, okay, I'm not paying fucking $1,200 to come back to Toronto. Get the fuck out of here with that. So this is how the universe works. It wants you to take action. You never know. And you never know what you do or what you say, what will open up for you. But if things linger, then you might miss your opportunity. But there will always be other opportunities. Just so you know, there's infinite opportunities, but that opportunity no longer now exists. It's closed for the time being. So, should have been squatting all that time, but it's all good. Sitting is the new smoking. But it's okay. Now I'm squatting for a moment. $5:09. Okay. We'll be back around like 5:50. I think we spent enough time at the water. Thank you, water. I appreciate you for your lessons today, or your mirroring. I appreciate it. Let me put my water ball in my pocket for a moment, and I take out my battery. Oh, cool beans. So I had you all plugged in with my battery here. Phone battery at 86%. Pretty cool. Well, when we get back, all I gotta do is eat and I'm good. Might play a video game. We'll see. Or I might just end the stream. We'll see. I don't know. I'm good either way. Tomorrow morning we'll be walking again, of course. But I don't know if I will be live streaming all day. I haven't decided on all that because I stay in the now. I focus on the now. Well, thank you, water. This was good. Now you all get the evening, like late afternoon evening walk. And who knows who we run into. We might see some people I haven't seen in a hot minute. And it'd be like, hey, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. So let's see. The afternoon walk is vastly different from the morning walk. Morning or afternoon, brother. Have a great day. I keep saying morning because I'm usually accustomed to saying in the morning. Because normally I don't really walk in the afternoons. Come on, mind. Afternoon. Get yourself in afternoon gear. That brother is locked in riding. Speaking of riding, I'll take you all on a bike ride at some point. I'll mount the live stream, like the phone, on my phone holder. It will be a little bumpy though, I will say. There is no image stabilization on this phone, so unfortunately you all will get the bumps and the dings while I'm riding. But it's a nice ride. I'll probably do a ride this week, maybe Thursday. Thursday will be a pretty nice day to go and take a ride. We'll see. We're definitely going to take a ride though, for sure. And I'll take you to a big park where we're just going to hang out for a bit, chat. This week's supposed to be superb. But yeah, the mind will just continue to keep lingering with just ideas of like, but I can't do it. It's not possible. But you are beyond the mind. You are so much more powerful than the mind, but the mind usually finesses a lot of people into believing the limitations that it took on throughout its experience, because it experienced it and it called it real. And yes, it is very real. We're not obfuscating or being, ignorant to the experience that you had. Hey. However, you are so much more powerful than you can ever possibly imagine. And you're supposed to have the things you're supposed to have. Yeah, so the afternoon is it's a bike ride. I like the foresty part of this trail. In the wintertime, it's pretty barren. It's all captured on my live stream though, on my other channel. I'm really grateful I stuck with the other channel for as long as I did to clear out all the so-called gunk out of my mind. The mind still talks at times. It still says, but you can't do that. It's not possible. I'm like, oh, hello mind, I hear you talking. So you're saying that's not possible. Okay. I'm just going to do it anyways. But it has no choice but to submit. I treat it with love and respect. I don't say, hey, mind, shut the fuck up, mind, you're such a bad thing, because this is what we end up doing as well. We start to condemn ourselves. And condemning, and not just accepting the mind for just as it is, and knowing that the mind is not you, we tend to start to beat ourselves up or beat up the mind, and then that doesn't fare well, because the mind will then be like, yeah? Guess what I'm going to do to you when you least expect it? And then the mind controls the body, and then you get finessed. That's why your mind is your ally. It's a tool that you get to use. But when the mind is deciding to be against you, because you've decided to some degree that you're against yourself, or somewhere around amongst your inner world, you've decided something's against you, the mind's like, okay, I'm going to use this person's thing against them and make them keep experiencing something that's against them. Yo, what's going on, bro? I just saw your message. Mr. Nabito. We're out for an afternoon walk because I was finishing up with my clients earlier, and I decided to take a walk. Get me my steps. You good, bro? For me, I am more than good. I am stellar AF. It's so fascinating. I used to have this belief as well that in the spring/summer I have high allergies. And yeah, there are times where my eyes do water up, but I don't adhere to allergies. Like right now, there's a bunch of fluffy things floating around from the trees, but they're not bothering me whatsoever. Awesome. That is wonderful, dude. Should have worn my other shoes. I'm wearing these other shoes. They're not really my favorite shoes to walk. They're nice. They're comfortable to some degree, but they're not really my walking shoes. So, kind of taking my time with these shoes. Hey, I haven't seen this guy in a while. Well, stellar has many different meanings. I'll give you some of my definitions. Stellar is like intergalactic, like traveling, like you're just awesome. Hey, brother. It's like very celestial feeling. It's got like a celestial vibe. Like interstellar, intertravel, like interplanetary things. Very spacey-like. Oh yeah, the heat is kicking my butt right now. I love it. Fucking love it. We had very cold temperatures on Saturday. Very cold. Rainy and windy and cold AF. Speaking of which, practice love and authenticity, y'all. You notice how in that one strip, there is really no graffiti, but then on the other side, there's a bunch of graffiti. But over there, it's left alone. You know why? Because my will has made it so. I didn't make that, by the way. Well, this character didn't paint that. But they left it alone. I think it's like 25 degrees Celsius, which is like high 70s, low 80s Fahrenheit right now. Ooh, this is a nice breeze. See, this is when breeze should be happening, not in wintertime when it's friggin' like already minus 40 and wind just keeps hitting you. Anyways, I'm going to get back to talking about the mind and how it keeps lingering with lack and limitations, and how it keeps persisting from one host body to another host body and putting a fear of like earlier a brother said, beware of snakes. I'm like, that's the mind speaking right there. I'm not going to beware of snakes. Why? I'm not in no danger. I know that there's no damn rattlesnake here. If there was a rattlesnake, I'll just make sure I'm not in its vicinity. But there are little, like, garden snakes. They are harmless. And I've saved quite a few. So there's nothing to fear. But you see, that's what the mind does. Right? I've shared this earlier, how the mind will create a story like, have a safe flight, because it's customary to say have a safe flight, but why are we saying have a safe flight? That implies like there's some sort of impending danger or doom coming. When we say have a safe flight, how about saying enjoy your flight, have a fun flight? Right? Because I know people are concerned for other people, and that's fine, but worrying is, this is a bar, y'all might want to write this one down. Worrying is praying for something you do not want or you do not desire. That's a bar, write it down. When you start to worry, you're bringing forth that intention somewhat into the physical. And if you keep magnifying it, it's going to happen. So if you keep worrying about something, be safe, be safe, be safe, well, guess what's going to happen? The person that you're saying to be safe, they're probably going to be in some sort of trouble or danger. Like, for example, Jessa had a boyfriend, like this is like years ago, and he kept worrying about her when she was driving at night. Be careful, Jessa, be careful. Be careful out there, the weather's not great, be careful. She's never had any accidents ever, not once. But one day, she started to get influenced by his words. Be careful, Jessa, be careful. You got to be careful, Jessa, be careful, be careful. Be careful, Jessa, be careful. Be safe out there, Jessa, be safe. So of course, he kept repeating it over and over like a broken friggin' record with emotional intensity because he was fearing when she was driving. Of course, he was concerned for his girl, but he didn't know what he was doing. And then at the time, Jessa was unaware as well to what was going on. So guess what happened? One night, she slipped on black ice. She's driven on black ice before, and she's usually a pro at driving, but that night, basically, she worried so much because her boyfriend at the time was like, don't worry, don't worry. Be careful, be careful, be safe, be safe, be safe. And guess what happened? She wasn't safe. Because you can technically influence someone else's experience with the words that you say and take on their limitations or their fear-mongering. I remember another experience with this character's mom and this character's sister. And this character's mom, her name is Lorene, she was fearing for Jessica, which is this character's sister, when she went out at night. Right, Lorene would say, be careful, Jessica, be careful, be careful. Now, nothing actually ever happened to Jessica, thankfully, but I told her the same story I just told all of you. I told her, yes, I understand, there are threats and dangers out there. I'm completely aware of that. But if you continue to input that into your life, well, what are you expecting to happen? What's going to happen? You're expecting it to happen. What you expect is what you're going to get. That's how it works. And especially if you've given it a lot of emotional intensity, like you've given it so much emotional charge, it's going to happen. It's just that simple. What you expect is what you're going to get. That's a law of the universe. Ooh, I like these two doggies. They're fluff balls. They're very, very cute. I like them. They are absolutely adorable.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Yeah, have a great day. Thank you. Tiny little fluff balls. Anyways, so worrying is praying for something you do not want to happen. That's what worrying is. When you worry about something, right? 95% of the time, it doesn't happen, but there is 5% of the time that it does, because if you've given it so much emotional intensity, it's going to happen because you're expecting it. What you expect is what you're going to get. You have that much power to influence reality, that you can will things like that into your existence and create obfuscations and problems unknowingly and unnecessarily. I think by the time I'm done today, I'm going to have at least 20,000 steps minimum. It's not my most. The most I've ever walked in a single day was 42,000 steps. It's a lot of steps, y'all. Hey. Nature just smells very, very nice. It's very calming. Cool, let me continue what I was saying. Once you know what the mind is doing, you can better arm yourself, you can say, and better navigate and position yourself to win your game, which, by the way, you all already won your game. Now, if you don't see life as a game, that's fine, but you already all won. You're still here. All of you are still here to some degree, right? You went through your shit, though. Some of you might have thought, like, I would have never been able to go through that thing that you went through when you look back on hindsight of all the things you had to go through. But you're still here. You did it. Because that's just how powerful each of you are. But the mind does this thing of like, no, I'm not powerful, right? It doesn't want to accept its majesticness, its divinity, its sovereignty, and its celestialness. It wants to just play small. Hey there. It just wants to play small. Ooh. The baby geese are in the water, y'all. We're gonna take a quick little stop by and see them. They're swimming. They grow up really quick. They're right there. There's 11 of them. Don't worry, I'm not going to chase you all. Relax, calm down. There they are. Oh. You got it. Come on, Bubbas, you got it. Nah, they got to go around. But they're going to make it. They're going to find a way. I am going to move from this spot because they want to get up here. So, go ahead. Of course, the big ones can just fly up. The baby ones are like, how do we get up there? Well, some of the baby ones already got up there. They figured it out. Look at them. Here they go. They look like chocobos from Final Fantasy 9 or Final Fantasy. They know I'm no threat. I'm giving them their space. Look at them. They're all just coming up. What a rare treat. He's like the leader. Go on. You're good. Man, they are getting really big, really quick. They were only born, what, 3 weeks ago? If that. And they're almost getting to the size of these guys already. It's crazy. They're just finding whatever in the grass. They're making their way. All right. See you later, Bubbas. It's good to see you. Glad they're doing great. All right. Now I get to test this new water fountain. They put it in like 3 weeks ago. No, a week ago. She just saw the baby geese. All right. Let's go get some water. Quench my thirst. Whew. It's been a while since I got to walk here in the later afternoon. Cool. Let's see. I'm missing. Yeah. There we go. I'm glad they put this here too. There's one up the hill and one here. It's perfect. And just like that, we got water. And it's cold. Oh yeah. This is actually pretty tasty water. This is good. As opposed to the fountain we once had before. Let's just say that the water I wouldn't consider it drinkable. This is very drinkable. I saw them put the filter, like the filtering system in. Goodness gracious. The sun is just, whew. That's why I prefer the morning walks, but of course today was client day, so I honestly was like, I won't stream today, but I was like, you know what? Why not? Why not? Time sure passed by though, pretty quickly while we took our walk. I was sitting outside by that water. I don't know why, but Randy Orton's theme song is popping in my head. I hear voices in my head, they come to me, they understand. Hey y'all, they talk to me. Yes, they talk to me. They tell me things that I should do. They tell me things I do to you. Well, I wouldn't do that at all. They talk to me. Well, I didn't get to hang earlier, so let's quickly hang. Oh, I was looking for my rock that I left, and look, it's right here. It's the heart rock. I'm gonna take it with me. I was like, did I forget my heart rock? I sure did. It was actually here, because I thought I brought it to the house. See? I manifested my rock again. I found it a couple days ago. Nobody took it, so it was meant for me to still have. Now we just hang for a moment. Technically, I'm not really hanging because I'm tippy-toeing. Not too shabby. That was a good hang. Cool beans. And get back, have my dinner, hang out for a little bit outside. T-Bray might show up unless he's here. T-Bray, are you here? Speaking of, today, no bad words were used. Not yet, anyways. If someone wants to throw like an F word in the chat, want to see if my filter words work. So I started to, I did some filtering of some words just to keep the stream clean. Anyways, I'm going to continue to talk. Just know that wherever you are right now in the world, wherever you're watching, whether you're on your tablet, a computer, cell phone, you're doing great. You may not feel great, but you're still here. And because you're still here, you get to feel those experiences. 186,000-ish people a day do not get that opportunity anymore. As long as you know that in every present moment you have the power to just... A motivational speaker? Nah, I don't do motivation. I'm not an inspirational speaker. I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm just me. Just doing my thing. Making sure you all know that you're doing great in every present moment. Hey. Do you ever not go on walks? Ever since May last year, there's only been a couple days I didn't take any walks. One was because the weather was absolutely like balls to the wall, impossible to walk because the snow was just like up to our knees, and I had to stay inside and shovel snow anyways. So you can say my walk was shoveling the snow. And another time was I had to go out and finish some task in the physical. and that didn't allow me to go take my walk in the morning. But we went for a drive, so that technically kind of counts. Yeah, just some soul. I don't really adhere to be calling Canadian at all. Just a soul, just doing my thing. Just a soul doing my thing. Yeah, that works. I like that. Just an intergalactic being doing his thing. I like that. That's a better way of saying I'm an intergalactic being doing my thing. I like his bike.
Yo, watch out, yo.
He's got one of them like retro-ish bikes.
Wait up! Wait up!
A lot of people right now. Hey.
Wait up!
He's like, wait up! Wait up! Did I get bit on my face? I did get bite on my face. What the hell? I got a bump on my face. What the hell? Oh well. It'll go down. I got a mosquito bite on my face. That's new. It's right on my cheek. I just saw it. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell? Hey, the moon is out. I like when the moon is out. When the sun and the moon are out, I'm absorbing both of their energies. It's a little hard to see it, but it's right there. Yep. There it is. And the sun be right over there. Wow, that's so weird. I got a bump on my face. It'll go down. It's temporary. Well, I am an intergalactic being, after all. So, hey. Yeah, I got a welt on my face. That's crazy. I guess they really loved my aura that they had to bite my face. You can see it right there. That's awesome. Well, it is what it is. Well, now, here's a sister I haven't seen in a hot minute. Hey, stranger. Great, you? Oi. Hi. Hi. All good? Good. I took a little mosquito bite on my face just now. It doesn't hurt, but it's like, I was like, what the hell? I feel like a little... It's gonna go down. It's all good.
Yeah.
How's everything?
That's a loaded question.
Got it. Fair enough. That's fair.
Mom broke her pelvis
Mm.
about 10 days ago.
Hi, Baba.
They wanted to send her home after 72 hours.
Right.
So she's going to fight with the hospitals and that to keep her in.
Right.
It's like, I can't take care of her, right? Like,
Right.
but yeah, so it's been a rough 10 days, but it's other than that, everything else is good.
That's good.
Minus these guys. How about you? Everything
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah? Good.
Always.
Good.
I don't usually come out for the afternoon walk, so I said earlier, I was like, I'm probably going to run into a few people I haven't seen in a while. So there you go.
Oh, this weekend was just brutal.
Yeah, it was. It was cold.
Oh my God, just awful. Like, even going out, like, even an umbrella wasn't helping, trying to get from the car to the hospital and back. It's like I walk out and it's like my legs are soaked anyway. So okay, well let's put the umbrella away.
Yeah.
Yeah, just awful.
I still took my walk. It was just cold though. Just really, just eh.
Yeah, I got them out yesterday morning when it was just like spitting a bit. So it wasn't too bad, but Saturday was just, there was no way. Like it was, yeah. Okay, you keep dropping the ball. Over here, we have a bike. Come on, buddy. We have a bike. All right, we can go now? Can we go now? All right.
Well, I'll see you when I see you.
All right.
Bye. Off they go. Hey, Olga, good to see you. That's so weird how I got that weird welt on my face. I guess the universe is like, hey, we need to give you a little bit of a shiner right now. It's all good. Thankfully, it's not itchy. But I'll douse it with some cold water. That's cool. Take some battle scars while I'm at it. This is, you can say, the initiation to summer. But yeah, usually in the afternoon / evening, they start coming out. Not Michelle them, that was Michelle, but the mosquitoes. Yep. And yeah, I know you remember them. But she wasn't there when you saw them. She was on vacation. That's the actual owner. The doggies. And we're gonna walk backwards. I think I have some baking soda somewhere. Yeah, it'll go away, I know. Like within I'll sleep it off too and it'll just disappear. Just, I've never got bitten on my face like that before. That's a new one. But it had to happen, so. But I'm good. I'm good either way. You can see them actually, like they're like floating around. They come out in the late afternoon, evening time. So like walking down here is like around a certain time period. You want to make sure you have like bug spray. Yabba-dabba-doo. Yeah, so I was talking about how the mind likes to linger with lots of lack and limitations because of its experiences that it has experienced. But the stories aren't true until you keep, well, if you keep adhering to the stories, then the stories stay true. Always. Right? Gotta love walking backwards. Which way? I went that way yesterday, so I'm gonna go that way today. Intergalactic being. Just an intergalactic being on the internet. I love that. It's like evening time. It's almost 6 here. So people coming back from their JOBs, or they're already back from their JOBs, getting that dinner. It's a good day. Tomorrow's gonna be even hotter. I'll definitely be streaming in the morning. We had a good chat by the water. It's a pretty good chat. Grab my meal when I get back. Whew. I'm gonna take the walk through this street. There's a car coming, but they're going pretty slow, so I'll have already made it before they come here. I like this street. It's got that big house energy. I like big houses. It's very quiet in this street too. You might run into our brother with the big Great Dane. I've never seen his Great Dane though. He keeps it indoors, but he told me he does bring it outside a lot. But I haven't seen his Great Dane once. He's the brother that had a heart condition where he almost died. But glad that he's still here. You never know what someone's going through. And that bar that I said yesterday in our call, right? We judge people, like humans tend to judge other humans without knowing what choices and options they actually have available to them. That's a bar. Write that down. Ah. Yep. San Diego's got some, well, not too many cactuses or cacti. But yeah, San Diego's got this too. It's got a bunch of trees. Airplane coming. All the humans up in that airplane. It's tiny up there, but like when that plane lands, it's a monster. Perspective. And the moon is still over there in the distance. You can kind of see it. Sometimes, I was driving for DoorDash, but it was too hot. I gave up. Sometimes you gotta know when to throw in the towel. Yeah. Especially in that area. Yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine how hot it is. Well, let's see. Yep, our brother's there, but the dog is not there. Hey! How? Where's the dog? Is he inside?
Yeah, he's upstairs. A big one.
Yeah.
You heard about it? A kid got killed by the dog, eh? Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Oh, yeah.
And today
Damn.
Markham, coyote bite small kid playing outside.
Damn.
My friend here.
Yeah,
He knows me.
I know
Oh.
him very well.
Yeah.
Oh, the spine is on the camera there. They're right there. This one.
Yeah, I see it. I'm waving to it.
So one there too. One over here, right there. In the back too.
That's good.
In the back.
You guys doing good?
Well, no, it wasn't broken in. Somebody broke in.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they broke in. They've got them on video, everything. The police.
Well, I'm glad you're doing okay though.
Well, yeah, no, but the police got them on video, everything.
Hmm.
What you gotta do? What can you do, my friend?
Right.
I know him for a long time, and look at him, you can't believe it, eh? Can't believe it.
This
Wow.
area, no, we never heard of this. Is the first time we heard that.
Right.
What are you gonna do? Somebody,
Crazy people, they don't want to work.
Hmm.
They just want free money.
Yeah.
Free money is good. If someone give me 10 grand, it's good.
Sorry that happened, but like,
I can think with his phone. He's got the
oh yeah, yeah.
Always walk with them.
I always walk with it because I help people around the world with breaking past this. Yeah, you guys know. You guys know. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad that you're okay though. That's all that matters, you know. I'm sorry that had to happen, but like, you know,
nice to see you anyway.
it's nice to see you too.
All the time.
Yeah, it's nice to see you too.
I got nothing. They took everything. They took everything. Ask them. They took everything. Nothing.
And that's the reason why I came to the planet, so I can stop them from, you know, they can use this better.
Yeah.
So they don't have to be doing bullshit like that, you know?
If they break in again, they're going to get sure to place the door. What are you going to do? There's nothing to rob.
Right.
They've taken everything. Taken everything. All the gold and silver. Took everything. Gold and silver. That's it.
Mm.
There's nothing. Whatever they want to break in. I get a new window. Get a new window. What you got to do?
Right.
And we can't do nothing. That's why I got to put more camera in the back, more camera here.
Right.
Because now they get them on the phone. You know, you can get them on the phone and get the police right away. Yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah. What are you gonna do, my friend?
Yeah. Stay safe, okay?
Okay. Take care.
I will. I'll see you again soon. Well, that is unfortunate, because that has never happened in this street. And that's the reason why I came to this planet, so I can stop the minds of those people who are doing things like that, and they can make a better choice. Because when it's not the soul that does that, it's the mind. The mind has completely finessed those characters to break in and hurt. I know, because once upon a time I used to have not thoughts of doing that to someone else, but, you know, other crazy ass thoughts like that. I know I said earlier to stay safe, not to say stay safe, but like in that scenario, yeah, he's the one that had the heart disease, or not the heart disease, the heart issue. And you have to get heart surgery done, like, I don't know, 6 months ago. And you got the Great Dane. It's pretty wild. This area is very, very peaceful. And still is, just, you know, it's just one of those things that you have to just kind of like deal with. In any event, those who did what they did, well, soon enough they're going to remember who they are. Oh, the basketball court's open, y'all. Boom. Missed. Boom. Take them shots. Nope. Air ball and air ball. There's people playing pickleball here now. Pickleball has become a pretty popular sport. Last year I was like, who would play pickleball? Why don't you just play fucking tennis? Like, what's the even point of playing pickleball? But then I was like, hold on, this is the character making up some sort of obfuscation. Right? Relax. Pickleball has its own purposes. In. Oh, in. Nope. And it's that basketball court over there where I did 14 no look behind shots. I have 14. Ooh, damn, he nailed it. Very nice. 14 no look behind shots on that basketball court over there. I'm not gonna walk through the field. I was thinking about it, but I'm like, nope, not yet. I'll walk through it when it's more dry. I can tell it's still kind of wet just by looking at it. I've become known in this area to just have my phone out with my gimbal. This morning, the sister was like, hey, where's your phone? I'm like, well, you know, it's Mondays and I got clients. Oh, like, oh yeah, that's right. It was the first time I really see you without your phone. I'm like, yeah. So I started my new channel. In my new channel, I don't stream my client work. That's why. Not yet, anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna walk straight. It's a good walk. We've been out for about 3 hours and 23 minutes. Presently, I am at 24,056 steps. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. 6,000 steps is actually pretty attainable. I can just walk around in the backyard and get that 6,000 if I really wanted to. Or I can take another walk, another evening walk. I like to walk a lot. There's another brother who I haven't seen in a while. His name is Lucky. I wonder where he's at. Ooh, I like that black motorcycle. It's nice. Brum 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 brum. I like it. Hey. Wonder if he's okay. I haven't seen him in a hot minute. I don't know where he'd be at. Awesome. We're almost back. Yo, T-Bray, where you at, dude? We gonna play that Dead by Daylight. That's right, y'all. We gonna play that Dead by. But first, I'm gonna eat. Neighbor waved at me from a distance. I wonder if I have to cut that grass tomorrow. Probably have to cut that grass, mow that lawn. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Again, don't know if I'll be live streaming the entire day or just live stream for like just a couple hours. Been liking my shorter live streams, but they're good. I enjoy my longer live streams too. Something smells very nice in this area. Somebody's baking something. It's like cinnamon buns. Cool. We'll hang out for a little bit outside. I'm gonna grab my food. It's been a great day. Clients got their shifts. Seeing the transformations unfolding. It's easier, obviously, when I'm working with someone one-on-one than when I have to like respond via text, because I get to see them, I get to hear them, I get to ask them specific questions, they get to ask me some things, which is easier. That's why that's the important part about, like, you know, a YouTube video can only help you to a certain extent, whereas like a call can open up even more, because, like, you know, when it's personal and it's like a one-on-one, you get to like hear, wow, the grass here is, whoa, buddy. Yeah, you get to like open up and have like a really deeper conversation. You know, one of the things I used to be I thought of myself as really awful at was asking questions. Because there was a point in my journey where I was like, I don't care about humans. Why would I be even curious about asking a question to another person? But because I had to shift my perspective, it allowed me to start opening up and start asking really deep, thoughtful questions. Even questions I've asked myself. Such as, why do I believe the things I believe in? Where did the beliefs that I believe come from? Where did that idea, like the ideology, come from? Hey brother, how are you? You good? Good. Well, we're back. We are back. I left all of my stuff out here. Very cool. Come on, try a gimbal. I need to switch my gimbal at some point. Get another one. All right. Let's plug you all in. Let's put you all on Wi-Fi. Let me see the welt on my face. It's going down. It's already going down. It's already insta healing. Ugh, that was a good walk. We're at 24,587 steps. Like, yeah. Actually, nope, it went up. 24,778 steps. That's a net positive of 14,778 steps, y'all. I don't count those extra 14,000. My goal is always 10K a day. When I move to San Diego, in the physical, because I'm already there, it'll be 20,000 every day. Are you crazy? 20,000 steps a day? That's nuts, Orion. It's not nuts. It's awesome. 20,000 steps is easy. In San Diego, that's easy because it's generally always sunny and it's warm. And one of my walking trails, you walk one direction, you can get what? Roughly 8,000 steps, and then you walk back, you get 16,000 steps. So, it's not hard. It's pretty straightforward. We're back. Let me quickly switch to 1080p 60. So it's gonna get lag. It's gonna get stuck again. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. It'll be much smoother in a moment. Cool. Oh man, that was quite something. I'm gonna take off these boots or these shoes. I'm gonna put on my other ones, but I'm gonna grab my meal as well too. Damn, y'all, that was quite the walk. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm gonna go grab my meal. Ooh, I got my heart rock, which is pretty dope. Found it. That's unfortunate for our brother who got robbed. I've never heard that happen in this area, but it's okay. He's alive and all is good. But that's the reason why I need to get to the world so that the people of the world can figure out how the mind actually works so they can stop with their bullshit. So anyone who's here, I'll be back. I'm just going to grab my food quickly. I don't like how long this thing is, but whatever. It's all good. I'm going to check something quickly. Alright, cool. Uno momento, y'all. Alright, you all can still hear me. Come on. Alright, I got my food. So apparently, the World Cup trophy is in Toronto. It just showed up today. How awesome. So it is official. Toronto is the host of the World Cup. That's dope. I love the fact that our city is the host, because I get to be the one that hosts the world. I don't like sitting on the chair, so I'm going to be sitting in a squat. Boy. That's cool though. Toronto is the host of the World Cup. I like it. Let's see. Boom shakalaka laka. Boom shakalaka laka. Oh shit. I'm gonna eat my meal. I was just seeing if any clients messaged me, if there's anything else they needed my help with today. Nero.
Remember, all the 7 deadly sins are things that you already do. And if you don't come to awareness of what you already do, you're going to be unconscious to what you do. If you're unconscious to what you do, that means you're unconscious to the frequency and the state of consciousness that you hold. And if you're unaware of the state of consciousness and the frequency that you're emanating to the universe, you will be unaware as to why
It's leaking,
things
it's
show up in your
leaking.
reality. So it's important that you are able to go through each and one of these sins with me and identify the ones that you are already doing and begin to alter them, because that's what we're going to be doing. So make sure you take them notes and make sure to leave them in the comments as usual. Now, the first deadly sin, pride.
Pride.
Now, bear in mind, these are all esoteric, metaphysical interpretations and perspectives on the 7 deadly sins, right? So it's not going to be your standard, whatever niggas say. Now, pride. In the esoteric
Yes, you heard him say the
conceptualization of
N-word
pride,
there.
Pride is what we conceptualize as spiritual arrogance. And separation from the infinite. Now, ironically, esoterically, in Matthew 19:26, this is what Jesus was referring to when he said, with men, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. And to be
That's a
prideful in
bar.
the esoteric conceptualization is for you to come to the understanding of something that you might not already be aware of, which is you can't do shit. Right? You can't create your reality. You can't alter your reality. You can't bend the forces of the universe.
Exactly.
You can't do any of that.
It's the power within you that can do
Who
it.
does it is God.
The
The
infinite.
infinite within. Now, you have to come to an understanding that a lot of people don't come to, which is more important than materialization or manifestation itself, is the belief that you have around manifestation itself. Manifestation is, for most people, is creation. And creation is tied to your ability and your confidence in yourself as a creator in your day-to-day life. Now, what do I mean by this? A lot of people, most of us, don't think we're capable of creating things due to a low lack of self-worth, due to a
That
low
right there.
self-perception, due to a low level of confidence that we have in ourselves. We don't actually believe or trust ourselves to do the things that we need to. And bear in mind, you can run around and say, but I know the truth, nigga, because we're all the same. Deep down, most of us are very much insecure. Most of us have low self-confidence and low self-worth. So the idea of creating is too big. It's too big for our mind to conceptualize. So then when somebody says to you, you can create your reality, you attempt to do it without the awareness that unconsciously you don't believe you can create anything anyways. You don't have confidence in yourself. You don't have a high degree of self-worth. So then that leads to you not being able to create. And when I say you, I'm specifically referring to your ego. When I say ego, I'm not talking about an unpleasant characteristic. I'm talking about your physical vessel, or let's say your physical avatar. And ironically, your avatar is confined to the physical plane. And because your avatar is confined to the physical plane, it is confined to illusion. And because it's confined to illusion, it doesn't have the ability to create. Hence why the esoteric phrase, which is said all the time but nobody gets it, let go and
Let God.
Let go of the ego's desire and its false thinking that it can do things, that it can materialize reality.
Third dimensional thinking mind.
You need to let go, relinquish the ego, give up the left hemisphere of your brain, or the aspect of you that's associated with limitation, the logic, the rationale. How's it going to happen? How am I going to do this? When's it going to happen? When's it going to come through? Which, bear in mind, manifestation is internally
Shifting to a degree and with no longer emotion dependent upon seeing reality change.
So those questions are all opposed to that. But spiritual arrogance, in a sense that your ego can create, because it can't, because it's confined to limitation. Pride is to be spiritually arrogant and to think that your ego can create in a separation from the infinite. Hence why Christ said, it is not I who doeth the things but the Father in me. It is not I who doeth the things but the Father within me. It's your identification with your ego that allows
He used the word father, but it's not really father. It's itself.
To align yourself with the infinite, or the God within. Because as Jesus said, with men, the egos, this is impossible. But with God, the infinite, all things are possible. Esoterically, to be prideful is to be spiritually arrogant. When you're spiritually arrogant, you're operating from a particular degree of separation. Separation, which means identification with the ego. Identification with the ego puts you into polarity, which means you see yourself separate from those around you. You see yourself separate from your fellow human beings. You see yourself separate from the people that you hate the most. You see yourself separate from the people you love the most. You see yourself
There's
separate
no such thing as
from
separate.
the people that you want to become like the most. And if you have separation in one aspect of your life, chances are, due to the fact that there's nothing compartmentalized in the mind, which is what Severance shows you, this TV show, nothing's compartmentalized.
If the world knew that no one is separate from each other, you think that thing that happened with our brother who he got robbed, you think that would have happened? Nope. When you know you're one with everything, you go out and you want to take care of others because you're taking care of yourself. When I'm saying hello to others, I'm saying hello to myself. Even though it's not really myself, it's itself with this character. And that's itself in their character. I generally care when I walk by people. Now they're not interested, and I'm not there to like force a hello or anything like that. But I generally see the oneness in everyone. They just forgot themselves. That's why I said, like, when you start to see yourself in everyone else, you naturally want to take care of yourself, generally speaking. So that's why it's important for me to make sure I go out in the world and just help as many people as I possibly can. It's important. It's very important, actually. Where's the moon, by the way? I think the moon is probably somewhere over there. It's important. That's why, whenever I see someone jump on my stream and they say what they say, I mean, it is what it is. But I can only have so much love and respect, you know what I'm saying? I wonder if my blocked words are actually working. I wonder if any... I mean, I would love people to come on and just say, fuck you, Orion, or something like that. But I'm not entertaining that shit. I don't have time for all that, those kinds of games. If you're not interested in what I'm saying, just keep scrolling, I wonder if the YouTube's actually catching my block words and actually filtering that out right now. Because, quite a few of you ain't responding, which is fine, because I'm not here for any of you to respond to anything I'm saying. I'm just sharing what I need to share. I can feel itself wants to burst out right now and just be it just wants every other version of itself to remember itself. But the Spider-Man suit, as we called it earlier, aka the fascia suit, aka whatever, is kind of it's not really the fascia, but you can call it the Spider-Man suit. The Spider-Man suit or the Iron Man suit or the Captain America suit is kind of stuck. Actually, I don't even want to use that. I want to use the Venom suit. The symbiote, it's the symbiote. The symbiote is stuck on you. And it doesn't want to remove itself. It's latched on to you for dear life. And you're fighting with all your mind against itself to fight it, and fighting others, when it really is so simple, y'all. You just have to be and allow it to unfold. It's truly just so simple. But Orion, it's not simple. How dare you say it's simple, Orion? How can it be simple? The world is a complicated mess. It can't be simple, argues the mind of the inside of a lot of people's heads. It can't be simple. You don't know what my life is like, Orion. It is tough. It is difficult. It is stressful. I got kids, I have bills, I have debt, I have all kinds of problems. I'm aware. I'm very aware. I may not have kids, but I definitely know what that feels like to have to, handle kids. What's up, dude? I know it's hard to believe, right? That's the paradox. I'm just chilling outside. I'm just taking, just taking in the sun. But yeah, and because it's so hard to believe, it's so simple. That's why the mind can't handle the simplicity, right? Because the mind is not designed for simplistic things. It is just that simple. But we obfuscate things because we have our preconceived notions of our experience. Nothing wrong with that, right? Whatever experience you had, you had. It's good. It's perfect. Just as it is. But yet, the mind, it just refuses to allow it to be simple. Why? Yeah, exactly. It's good. And you are. And guess what? You're making the best of it. Because your intentions, your intentions are you're locked in. So the mind may potentially say you're not going to make the best of it. You're not making the best of it right now. That's what the mind might be saying. I'm not saying it is or isn't, but it could be saying that. But I can tell you, you're doing what you're here to do presently. And your intentions are, the universe knows. It can see that you're making the best of it. You're not squandering it away. Many others are just like, I've run back into what we call the, how do I even say this without this is not to insult anybody, because there's no insulting. It's just, I've gone back and I saw like even before what the Matrix is, kind of like, I saw like a sister who talking about things that, like, I mean, to her it's important, but like when you look at the grand scheme of it, I'm like, it's not really that important. But like it's not even, I can't even say surface level. Like, I don't even know what to call it. It's like, no judgment, right? There's no judgment, because that's where she is. But I'm like, there's so many people who are at that stage, like those who are like going to clubs, drinking, partying, having a good time. Nothing wrong with that. Have your time, have your place. But like you came here to have a great time, yes, but like, what are we doing after that? Like, it feels very, very, I don't know. I don't want to say surface level. It just doesn't feel like you're not living. You know what I'm saying? So many people aren't living their life. Yeah, I'm glad that itself shows it through you as it's supposed to, because you're actually, a handful of souls on the planet. I would say about 1 million souls knows what's going on and what's up. Itself is working through you in your vessel. You already know. Yep. Avoidance can definitely disguise itself. And guess what? You know what else can disguise itself? As well as a trap. Doing a lot of deep inner work, because that's another trap. Like learning. That's a big trap. I'm sure you know about that one. The learning trap. To keep learning, and never feeling like you're ready, and never feeling like it's enough. So you keep learning. Still not enough. Still not ready. That's a trap. There's another trap. I mentioned it just a moment ago, where you have to think you need to keep finding limiting beliefs. But you know what's funny? You adhering that there is a limiting belief is a limiting belief. That's a bar, right? There's no limiting belief unless you adhere to a limiting belief. But like, people will talk about the growth mindset and the fixed mindset. Well, yeah, but if you already know that there are no limiting beliefs, then you've already transcended that paradigm. Yeah. Exactly. You always are it, and you forever will be it, and you are ever going to be it, because that's just what you have been. Spot on. It's true. So true. It's so simple, though, but the mind doesn't want to make it simple. The mind is always looking for the next. Even this mind still does it. we need to watch the next video. We got to get more. On Sunday, when I spent Saturday and Sunday, I spent it with Nero. I spent hanging out with the dude, right? I wasn't streaming all day because I didn't want to stream inside, number one. And number two, I'm on my new channel. I want to stream outdoors, and it was raining and cold. I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to spend time with Nero. But I made sure that the mind knew that when I was hanging out with the dude, that we didn't need the dude. We didn't need his information because we have all of the information. It's right here. You just have to look. The problem is, like, when you've been so conditioned to look here and think that with this and not use this, it's a little challenging because now the whole operation is flipped on its head, right? Because you've been thinking what you got to do and you got to go do it, but really you got to feel it and then do it. Get into a state of alignment. But the problem is, because the mind wants to see the next steps, it wants to see the full picture. It can't see the full picture, but the soul has the full picture. But the soul is attempting to help the mind, but the mind does not want to help, doesn't want to listen to the soul. Until you tell the mind to relax, calm down, chill out. Chill out. All is good. All is unfolding as it's supposed to, as it's going to, and forever will be. That's it. It's just that simple. But the mind, well, again, the paradox is, but Orion, it isn't just that simple. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. It's going to be this. Right, so Mr. Timo, good to see you, dude. You are God, but if you are, you don't have to entertain that idea, but you, sir, have the answer. You have the power within yourself. You don't need to be God, but you have the answers because it starts with you. You know why? Because every time you type, write, think, speak, isn't it you that has to speak? Or speak, write, type, think? It starts with you, right? You don't have to be God. In fact, you can throw that idea away. Like, toss it. Like, drop kick it out of the universe. Believe in whatever you choose to, right? But you have the power right here. You always had. But this is finessing majority of you into believing that you're just what you think you are. But what you think you are is what you're going to be, and the universe is all mental, it's all mind. So what you expect is kind of what you're going to get. So if you adhere to the limitations of the mind, because the mind's a very limited thing, it has infinite potential, but operates from a finite paradigm. Once you operate from that finite paradigm, you're basically in a box. Whereas the soul is infinite. Your heart is basically your soul. Well, it's nested within the heart. Your heart is the first organ that was put in your body before your brain. There is a hadith, hadith that says there's one piece of flesh that once it gets rotten, or once it gets damaged, the entire body is rotten. It's not this. It's this. This is still very powerful. Don't get it wrong. This is very, very powerful. But it starts with this. The problem is we've been brainwashed into, and notice the word I just said, brainwashed. Your brain was washed in doubt and worry and confusion and lack and fear and complex theory, when in reality it was just right here. I spent 7 years, 500 books later, 600 plus audiobooks later, that's 1,100 books later, probably at least 25,000 hours watching and listening to podcasts, maybe even more, probably even 30,000 hours. That's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. Because as soon as I would wake up in the morning, podcast. Before I go to bed, podcast. During the day, podcast. Throughout my work day, listening to a podcast. If I wasn't reading, I was listening to podcasts. That's what I did for almost 7 years straight. Like in the last couple of years, I kind of eased off a little bit. But in the first several years, like I was locked in. And I can tell you that every book I've ever read was attempting to point to something that they just didn't speak directly. And it was that the answer is you. That's why I say you can throw away the you are God concept. You don't have to entertain that. But you do have to know that it starts with you. Because everything you think and feel, it has to start with you. You have to be the one that thinks it. You have to be the one that has to feel it. You're the one that has to entertain that idea. It's you. Right? Almost fell. Ooh, yeah. Let's see what we got in the chat. A wise man knows nothing at all. That's not true at all. That is a limiting belief. A wise man knows everything that starts with here. That's just another limitation that a human created. That's more words, more noise. A wise man knows that the answers start right here. A non-wise man or a human wise man knows that the answers are, or they know nothing. You have all the answers, whether you want to entertain that or not. It's good to see you, by the way, Timu. Where the hell have you been? You were supposed to do some work for me and you never showed the fuck up. You disappeared. But it's okay. Welcome back. I'm not here to argue philosophies. Whatever you say is right, right? Whatever you say is going to be right. But I don't adhere to limitations like that. For you, it might not be limitations. For me, that's limitations. But it doesn't matter at this point because whatever you say is always going to be right because the universe works with you. It's always listening to you. And what you expect is what you get. For me, like I expect great things and I know that I have universal wisdom. And I know all of you also have universal wisdom too. It's just waiting for your mind to kind of allow it to just unfold, right? With ease, with more confidence, more calmness. It's not going to happen though when the mind keeps saying, I don't have universal wisdom, because that's what the mind does. It likes to talk. The mind's constantly... This mind does the same thing too. This mind's always saying, you don't know. But like, the mind isn't you. You have a mind, but you aren't the mind. Like I said, 500 books later, physical books, digital books, ebooks, 600 audiobooks later, countless, I can't even count how many podcasts I listen to. I come to the conclusion that they're all attempting to do one thing and point to something that they haven't expressed. The answer was right here. God, no God, infinite intelligent, no infinite intelligent, some dude in the sky, no dude in the sky. It still starts with you. Because it's you that has to entertain those ideas. It's you that has to think the thoughts. It's still you. Everything always will and forever will start and end with you. Because you have to be the one that entertains it in the end. That's why every one of you has your own philosophies. And it's all accurate, spot on, right? It's all accurate, spot on. You're always going to be right. That's the other thing. Each one of you is always going to be right. I'm not here to tell you any time that you're wrong. But like a wise man for me, for me specifically, knows that they know that the answers are right here. I'm going to read the chat in a moment. I like how that plane's just... Alright, let's see what's going on in the chat. I believe he's trying to... The only true wisdom is knowing, and I know... Right. Well, Timo, I mean... I'm operating from a time space where ideologies just is. For me, it just is. I've transcended ideologies. I accept all your ideologies, though. Because remember, what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And that's another ideology. It's a paradox. Everything's a paradox. Once you understand reality is a paradox and everything's a paradox of infinite paradox and more paradoxes, and more paradoxes, and more paradoxes, and more paradoxes. I can keep going on and on about paradoxes because it'll never stop. You come to a point where, okay, enough with the... Just okay. Most of you want to be right. You want to argue your fact that you want to be right. And guess what? You're right. You're not going to be wrong with me. You can't. How can you? You've lived your experience. But just because you're right, that doesn't mean I'm wrong. That's what a lot of you tend to do. You come on and you tell me that I'm wrong and you're right. No, we're both right. It's a paradox. Because what the mind thinks, the mind will perceive and create. Because your experience is valid and unique to you. It's not wrong. How can it be? 8 billion different truths living on one planet. Another way of saying this, 8 billion different worlds living on one planet. You might not be hearing my words, but I basically understand what you're saying. Right? There are 8 billion different people living on the planet with 8 billion different truths. And all the truths are accurate. Because you lived your experience. It's accurate. That's like me saying that you didn't live your experience. You lived your experience. You're right. You're always going to be right. But when someone's like, no, I'm right and you're wrong. I know you didn't say those words, but I can feel that's where we're leading to. I mean, if you say I'm wrong, I mean, it is what it is, but I've seen what I've seen, and I know what I know to share what I have to share, and I'm very confident in my abilities. That's why I am where I am, to say the things I say. It's just that simple for me. For me, life became a very simple dance. It's just easy. It's flow. It's natural. There's no obfuscations. There's no like, but it has to be, it just is for me. Because, get rid of all our ideologies for a moment, all beliefs, all words, all languages. Everything's made up from the human mind. It's all made up. Get rid of humans. Get rid of all of us. The earth just is. When we humans leave this planet, the earth is just going to be the same. The earth. Grass doesn't know it's grass. We call it grass. What if this thing called grass that people like to say, go touch grass, bro? Which I'm touching grass, by the way, for those of you who like that meme. Go touch grass, bro. What if they don't want to be called grass? What if we're insulting this thing called grass? And it's supposed to be called blah. But we all collectively in the English language call this thing grass. Because it's for us to all make some sort of sense. But maybe this thing isn't supposed to be called grass. In a different language, this is not called grass. It's called something else. My point to say is, like, all of it's all made up. That's why you're always going to be right. Simple. I'm not here to agree or disagree. I'm just here to just share my perspective. Don't like it? That's fine. Not going to change my way of being because I know who I am. I'm locked the fuck in, basically, you know? And I know that everything just is. There's nothing to fear on this earth once you know the truth. Fear is a powerful thing if you give power to it. I feel that, unfortunately. Yeah. For me, it's really simple now. That's why I came here. I'm helping lots of people, lots of clients, blast past their subconscious blocks that they think they have, that they actually don't have, but they still feel they have, by asking them certain questions, seeing where it's going, and getting past their blocks. And it doesn't matter what belief they have. It's good. They're perfect as they are, right? I can be very controversial. I can be very polarizing. I am a very polarizing person, and I look forward to be a polarizing person in the world, right? But like, it just comes down to what you choose to entertain as your, subjective or objective like truth. He should be over in his garage. That was Mom, by the way. She was asking me, where's Dad? He's right there. Or he should be right there. Yeah! Let's see. We got another person. One truth. Yep. Guess what you can do? I am going to be a very massive parasite in this world. I'm going to be the greatest parasite ever. I look forward to it. I'm going to be destroying all the third dimensional thinking minds to some degree. I look forward to it. Get ready. I'm on my way. And there's nothing that you can do to stop me. I'll see you soon. Very soon. I wanted to be a little facetious there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Doing my, just chilling, hanging out with the sun, spending some good time with some good people. The moon is out as well. I got both the sun and the moon. The sun's over there, the moon over there. Getting that nice, beautiful energy from both of them. Listening to the birds. It's beautiful. Get to hear the airplanes with my ears. What's there to complain about? This is great. I love it. I get to be in the greatest joy of my life. That's a big airplane, by the way, that's just flying by. I love it. Oh yeah. Let's see. Praise be to Allah. Let me see you. No brothers in that plane today. Probably not. Ooh. Praise be to Allah indeed. I have so much love for Allah. But I have so much love for all of them as well too. See, the thing is with me, I get to love all of them because I got to understand all of them. Whether it's one different name, all the same names, different entities. I get to love them all. And I don't limit myself to any of them. And I get to be a part of anything I choose to be. Because there's not a damn human on this planet that can stop me from being whatever I want, whatever I choose to be. And believing the things I choose to believe in. It's beautiful. I don't limit myself. I get to experience all of this. This beautiful wonder of the earth. It's so magical. When you really understand how magical this place is, my God, like this, it just becomes such a cool experience. I'm not saying that there are no problems, you know. There are problems, but like, you know, when you know how the game of reality works or how life works, this gets to be a symphony, a song you get to sing. Get to enjoy yourself. For me, I get to enjoy myself. For many years, a lot of you have no fucking idea what I had to deal with. Some of you do because you've known me, but others who've seen me for the first time have no friggin' idea what I had to go through. And we all have our own stories, and your stories is just as valid as my story, but I went through my own little hell, but now I get to enjoy this. I had to struggle to now understand what serenity was. That's a bar, write it down. I had to go through struggle to understand what serenity or serene is. I had to go through scarcity to know what abundance is. I had to go through hate to know what love is. And yes, the opposite of love is hate, not fear. The opposite of fear is actually courage. I had to go through fear to understand what courage was. And I had to understand courage to understand what fear was. I had to go through all of it. I had to go through the whole shebang. But now I get to enjoy this. Because I basically created misery all my life. And I refuse to live being miserable. Right? And I came here to help the planet to be more joyful. If you don't want to be joyful, that's your choice. You're making that choice. If you don't like joy, then that's your choice. I choose joy, and I will forever choose joy. Doesn't mean that there isn't going to be problems, but you get to work through it, right? You get to flex and see how you get to manage these so perceived problems. For me, it's all about being in the now. It's all about being right here, right now, in joy. I choose joy in every present moment. No matter who jumps on my streams or who says what they say, you know, you're right. I want you all to know you're right. I'm not here to argue with any of you. I came here to have fun. I want you all to have fun too. But in the process, like, enjoy your time. Have fun. You have a short amount of time. It's very, very short. You think it's long, but you don't know when your time is up. If any of you ever had a near-death experience, you'll know what I'm talking about. Some of you may have never experienced that yet, and I don't wish that upon anybody, just so you know. A near-death experience. But if you ever had to experience one, you'll know that it changes your perspective on life. Let's just put it that way. All right, there's a lot in the chat. I don't really read through the chat as much, but I'll kind of like scroll through and see what's going on in the chat. I really love that the moon is out right now. It brings me joy. Oh man, he just made me depressed. Okay. Boop boop doo. You all think that I follow your hello from Pakistan. You all think that I take orders like some sort of lapdog. Like some sort of like entertainer. This is a different stream. If you're looking for someone who's like going to do a backflip or like take orders, keep on swiping up. This is not the place for you. I come here to share wisdom that you all have, by the way, right here. I look forward to sharing the joy with the world. In my own unique way. Let me just emphasize that. Let's see what the chat's saying right now. Nope. I just need stimulants now, maybe Prozac. I mean, hey, if that brings you joy, then go and get your Prozac. I'm not going to tell you to do anything. You do whatever you feel called to. You've gotten the choice. No, this is not the US. This is Canada. This is Toronto. I'll be moving to the US though. I'll be moving to San Diego at some point. I don't know when, but I'm looking to aim for this year, but we'll see what happens. But no, this is Canada. Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Currently didn't know that this was the host country or the host city for the World Cup. I had no idea. Only found that out not too long ago. So we get to host the world here, which is going to be pretty freaking awesome. I look forward to that. It's going to be cool. Never would have thought Toronto would have ever hosted the World Cup. Didn't think we had the venues to hold the World Cup, like such a big, like a lot of venues, but I guess we do. I guess we're going to be using the 3 stadiums. We're going to probably use how can they use the baseball diamond or the baseball stadium when they are going to be here as well? I guess they're just going to use the 2 soccer fields. But it's going to be cool. That's a dangerous... Wait, what? That's a dangerous R for... Don't know I think the grammar is a little off there, but it's all good. I don't correct people's grammar anymore like I used to. I just let it be. What time is it? So it's 7:06. I'm wondering if I should call the stream a wrap or play a game on the stream. I might end the stream shortly. Just a couple. Oh, how long have I been streaming actually? Let's see. 7:07. So I've been streaming for about 4 hours now. So I'll give it probably maybe 10 more minutes, give or take. We'll see. Just in, what do we got? I'm on Prozac and a mood stabilizer. I operate very low when I'm not medicated. My mood goes down the drain. Interesting. To Justin and Ramon, welcome back to all how the stream once was. But it's going to be vastly different than how I used to operate, as you can already tell. It's fascinating. It's like a sort of like full circle moment, because you two, you were here in somewhat of the beginning as well on the other channel. But this channel won't be operating like the other channel. I just want everybody to be right. I just want everybody to be right, and they just live in peace. I don't want peace, Orion. That's what I know some minds are like, I don't want peace. I want to keep crushing and destroying. That's fine. Just if you're gonna want to crush and destroy, just keep going somewhere else. Like just go. Or I'm not here for that. I respect it. I respect your crushing and destroying, but like not on my channel. Like just keep going. Yeah, exactly. Meant to be. Right? For me, bro, like it just is. You know what I'm saying? Like I see everybody's things in the chat. They're like, you know, it is what it is. It just is. Right? There's nothing wrong. It's all good. I know because once upon a time, right, I used to have the same sort of thoughts too. And it's okay because I was there at one point. So I completely understand where they're coming from. Right? I've been through the ideology that there is no God in the sky. I was an atheist at one point. There's also the ideology that there is a guy in the sky. Then I went through the ideology that, you know, that God is like here, which it is, but it's not just here, it's everywhere. But it's not even an ideology, it just is. Because all this was created. Now some can say, yeah, it's a dude in the sky. That's cool. I can tell you for myself, my mind did not create no dude in the sky. Because the mind is all, the universe is mental. So whatever your mind currently perceives as real, it's correct. It's spot on. If it is a guy right now in the sky, it's a guy. If it's like an angel, it's an angel. If it's a demon, it's a demon. If it's a demiurge, it's a demiurge. If it's an archon, it's an archon. And they're all accurate and real because the mind is all, the universe is mental. I can't emphasize that one point enough. The all is mind. The all. What is the all? That encompasses everything. The all is mind. The universe is mental. Mental. This is physical. Mental. The all is mind. The universe is mental. Not mental retarded, but mental, right? Mental. The mental realm. You know, here's the thing, like if these things were taught in school, which they're not, right? If these things were taught in school, more people would understand how reality actually worked and there would be far less confusion on the planet. But they did that on purpose, right? A divided world is an easier world to conquer. You divide and you conquer. It's just that simple. A distracted mind is a mind that has no will to fight back, right? Because they have no power within themselves because their energy has been siphoned to all these 10 million different things. The shiny object syndrome, right? Ooh, the $1 billion over there. Ooh, the fancy car over there. And nothing wrong to have these things, but know that you already have it here. You don't need to focus out there. Focus in here first, and then you'll have it. Right? Focus on the feeling, then it'll come. But if you're looking at the thing, at the shiny object syndrome, like the shiny object, then when it gets pulled away from you, then you're like, that's what happens. You get stuck. And you get finessed. Because, you know, Nero says it in his videos, but I'm going to say it here. The same rope that they pull you up with is the same rope they will hang you with. And that's a bar. Write that down. So it's the same frequency that they elevate you is the same frequency that they'll bring you down. What's the opposite of elevation? De-elevation? No. What's the opposite of elevation? Downward? Sure. Downward. So the same rope they use to bring you up is the same rope they'll use to hang you. So that's why you gotta be like neutral within and you're good either way. Focus here, then you have all the stuff out there. Let's see, wait, what was shared in the chat? Let's have a look. Racism, exactly. All that was created to be My friend thinks we're aliens, we're an alien experiment gone wrong, and they come and check on us now and then. I went back to eating my fries after he told me that. Amazing. I love that. Send me some of those fries, by the way. I like fries. You know, that's one of my Achilles heels. One of my weaknesses is fries. I love fries. But yeah, you're right, Ramon. All that nationalism, racism, political stuff, religions, all that stuff was created to divide. Because the ancient people did not have religions, and they did not have access to other cultures at the time, but they all still came up with the same objective truth, which everything just was, it just is. But their words were not capable of getting to that point, and we, unfortunately, the mind has been twisted in such a way where it doesn't understand the words that they were actually attempting to say, right? There is a video, I don't know, Ramon, if I told you about this video. It's actually probably my favorite video of all time now on YouTube. And that's saying a lot, because how many videos are on YouTube? There's a lot, right? Trillions of videos on YouTube. But this video is probably my favorite video of all time. And it's made by a creator named Chase Hughes, and it's called The Ancients Decoded. And The Ancients Decoded, basically he talks about everything I just said. But I like how he presented it in such a entertaining way to sort of share what the actual problem is on the planet. The problem that's causing a lot of the problems, which isn't a problem, is the very thing that I just said. Problem. Language. Language is the interpretation behind the words are what's causing the problems on the planet. Because everybody has their own personal definitions of words. And not only just one definition, but two definitions, and maybe even a third definition of each word. Like, you have a conscious definition, a subconscious definition, and hell, you have a superconscious definition of each word. And then not only that, other people have their own version, and then now, does your versions match? Remember the experiment I had you all do back last year when I asked you, what's your definition of love? Right? And I talked about that time and time again, because that's a very powerful experiment. What's your definition, right? I remember there was 20 of you at the time on, and you all wrote your definitions. And they overlapped. They were similar, but they were different. They weren't one-to-one. Your words were not matching anyone else's, and others weren't matching yours because they had their own personal definition. Now, of course, a lot has transpired since that time, of course, since that moment has arisen. But when I got to watch that video, I'm like, yeah, this is what's causing the problem on the planet. It's language. It's the interpretation behind the words, essentially. Right? Because someone says something, and then you have to see, is that what they're actually saying, or are they meaning something behind it? Because for me, and this was my learning or my growth, was I had to read your words and then decipher it. Whereas you all can hear my words, and then you have to decipher if my words were that, right? If I'm saying what your definitions are matching, right? And I'm talking about not just one word, but every word. Even every word I'm speaking right now. Does every word that I'm saying right now make sense to you, and does it match what I'm saying to your mind? And is it on the same wavelength, or is it different? Right? That's why, it's important that people understand the power of their words. But many are just completely been finessed and gaslit, because the mind has completely snuck in and finessed people. That's why it's so important to know the energetics. of the words, because like, you know, that's why I do my best now to just look at all your words and just like, yeah, I feel like we're on the same page. I can feel the words. I'm understanding that the words are on the same vibrational alignment. That's why, like, when someone comes on and they drop whatever they're dropping, I'm like, you know, you're right. Because I understand where they're coming from when they say what they're saying. They're not wrong. The problem is they want to be right, so I must be wrong from their perspective. I gotta be wrong. But I'm not gonna be wrong. I'll never be wrong. I'm always going to be right. Because I just know. I have a specific set of experiences that told me otherwise. Doesn't make me more specialer, but I have my experiences. And I was gifted my experiences because I came here to do what I came here to do. Not that my journey is more special than anybody else's, but I asked for it. Ask and it's given. I asked to be a vessel to help people to remember a little bit more of themselves, but also to be aware about things that plenty are not aware of right now. Sometimes awareness can be a blessing and a curse. But more blessing. It's no curse. Because that's just another illusion that the mind wants to make. That's another story. So. Oh, well, y'all. 7:20. I feel like that might be a wrap. I'm gonna probably hit up T-Bray and play a game of Dead by Daylight. So yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Again, don't know if I'm gonna be streaming all day. If I do, cool. If I don't, also cool. But I'm gonna jump off. Remember that you are the answers. And yes, more blessings to you too, dude. Appreciate you. And Justin, I'll see you as well. Blessings to you. Enjoy your fries. You have the answer. It's right here. Ah! It's right here. I'm out. Bye-bye. Later, y'all. I'll see you.